What a boring day. Our pleasured block haze.
I seen a feller talking all bearish, and I told him, "You ought not talk like that."
It's good, yeah.
Breaking news. The Bulls are back in town. Hopefully. They're almost in town. They're close.
But, you know, even when the Bulls left, all we achieved is 74K. But they can leave. Bitcoin will be
I hate the
fine still.
Bulls.
No, Bulls. Don't listen to them. Come back, Bulls. Come back.
But they never left.
Yeah, they
They
never.
left
I hate the
left on
Bulls.
ETH. They
Oh,
left on
no.
Cardano. They left on these altcoins. But on Bitcoin, just the previous high became support.
I hate the Bulls. I love the Bears.
Well, there are times to love the Bears, but I mean, you gotta recognize this is pretty strong.
Yeah, I know, but I
Alright.
still love the Bears. 99% of the
Bulls.
money I made was on shorts.
Hey, don't
Well,
be foolish.
yes.
Get bullish. Got Bulls?
No, I hate the Bulls. With each all-time high, I'm gonna short it.
Good strategy. Maybe. Not financial advice.
No, I hate the Bulls because for 7 years now, I only made money when the Bears are running. Never when the Bulls are running. Never.
Are you still shorting?
Yeah, I'm still shorting.
That's probably why. I find myself
Uh,
in the same predicament. It sounds like me. The old me.
No,
no,
I
I'm
think what he
actually
means is when
shorting.
you.
I'm actually shorting ETH from 2,734. I'm still in profit. I took a little bit of profits, so I'm still waiting it to go down. I'm still gonna short it till it goes to $900 if it goes there.
Where's your stop loss?
I don't have any stop loss. I never have a stop loss.
What if it? What's your liquidation?
My liquidation right now
yeah.
for Ethereum is null. I don't have any.
No, there's always one.
It's null in the sense that it doesn't matter because my liquidation for Ethereum is $2,500,000.
There you
So,
go. That's your liquidation price.
yeah, I doubted that Ethereum will go to $2 million. I totally doubt it. So I consider
Yeah.
it to be null. For Bitcoin, for example, my liquidation price is 191 million per Bitcoin. So I totally doubt it will hit that in a couple of months.
No, but
Yeah.
things go wrong sometimes on cross margin without stop loss.
Anyway, I just was saying that because I think it might go up. I do think it'll come back down at some point. But I do think we might see it go up like here.
Doesn't matter, I'm gonna DCA it on the downward trend till it goes to 500k. I'm still gonna DCA it downwards.
I got you.
Well, how about
Wait, I gotta
2,910?
yo, why would you start here though? Why would you start a short position at 2,700?
Because I think it will go down. I don't think in an altcoin market. I don't think in an altcoin season. I don't think it will start again. This is the best we have seen, and that's about all. And I do expect a big downward trend in the next couple of months. And maybe another rally within, let's say, about November, September. And that would be all. I'm
you-
also longing from 74. So I also have a long started from 74K on Bitcoin. And I'm
Nice.
still in that.
Nice. Are you long in anything else?
Yeah, I'm longing ETH from 1,500. So
Oh, okay. Dang.
Yeah, it was pretty very costly to catch longs at 74 and
Nice, dude. Okay, okay. You got it going both ways. It sounded like you were just gonna short it every day. Like, okay, that makes sense. Nice.
no, but I'm still gonna short the hell out of it.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. I'm just glad to know you're hedging that bet.
I'm not actually hedging it. I'm in profit both ways. So
Right. Well, yeah, yeah.
I'm not actually hedging anything because I'm in profit going up and going down. Going down on smaller frames, but yeah, still in profit. But once it goes past my previous, let's say, support and resistance, I'm gonna close the long and I'm just gonna fucking short everything out of it. I'm
Language.
gonna short it even if it goes to $1 million, I'm still gonna short it.
no, I mean, personally, I like your idea of shorting ETH at golden pocket of its hold down move from 4,000 to 1,400. It kind of makes sense. The thing is, I don't know what you said about there's not gonna be an alt season and this and that. I don't think alt season even started. I mean, maybe
Yeah,
it
it
did on
actually
some
started about
alts.
3 days ago. If you
Dominance
check
is
if you
no.
check coin market cap, you were like 60% into altcoin season.
No, not for me. No. You know, look at January or March 2021. Look at the kind of dump we're talking on dominance. This is nothing. Dominance
Yeah,
lost
but this is
2%.
yeah,
It's
but
nothing.
this is all you're gonna see.
Maybe. Maybe with Wall Street buying Bitcoin, with money coming in through
Yeah,
ETFs,
this
it's
is all
possible
you're gonna see.
that it's possible. Now it depends though if you get ETFs on altcoins. If we get like who knows what's going to happen. But I mean, Wall Street can also buy altcoins. But fundamentally, with ETFs on Bitcoin being pretty successful, it kind of makes sense that dominance went up since those ETFs got released. But
Yeah, you
no,
have ETFs on Bitcoin, you have ETFs on Ethereum, you have ETFs on XRP starting next week, and maybe Solana.
well,
I'm not sure about it right
well,
now, but maybe
in the
Solana.
coming months, if they add many alts, it's not a 2% dump. We're talking about, to call it an alt season on dominance. It's a 20-30% dump on dominance we're talking about. Support is
Oh,
at 40%.
you're not gonna see a dump of 30 to 40% on BTC. You're not gonna see that.
Well, it's what happened last time, though.
Yeah, doesn't
These are
matter. You know how they say past performance does not actually represent future
I
performance.
know.
No, you will not see this because right now there are ETFs. Last season there were not any ETFs. There were not any institutional investors. There were not a lot of money coming in from institutions. So
Yeah.
last season it was totally different. So forget last season. This season is totally different. You have ETFs, you have institutional money, you have a lot of buying power from institutions. Also, let's not forget that MicroStrategy holds about 3 to 4% of all the Bitcoins in the world. And they have about 67 to 68,000 margin. So don't expect Bitcoin to go beyond 67, 66.
But that's roughly where it's the area where we are, 65, 66%. Yeah. The question is, are we going to hit 72% before we end this uptrend in Bitcoin dominance? I mean, Bitcoin dominance doesn't have to come back down. It's not like people need to sell Bitcoin to buy ETH, right? But I think it is just a matter of time before it does something similar to last time. And last time we had 2 years upward, and there was no Wall Street buying. Wall Street was buying through CME actually, but there was no ETFs or stuff like that yet. It went up for 2 years, the Bitcoin dominance, and then it very quickly dropped. Like in 5 months.
My thing is that you will not see Bitcoin dropping that big and
No,
that
Bitcoin
fast.
won't drop. Bitcoin doesn't have to drop itself, but its dominance can move quickly. I mean, last time in 5 months, you went from 70% to 40%. That's pretty big move. Now maybe it won't move as much this time around, but
I'm expecting at least 60% dominance on Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, I mean that's just 2% lower.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't call that
more.
an Altseason. Coming down to 60%, finding support, continuing upward. It's just continuation of the up move on dominance. It's not an Altseason. An Altseason would be a trend on the dominance chart.
That's why I'm saying there will be no Altseason.
Yeah, I get your idea of an Altseason.
Although a lot of alts have already pumped.
Nah, you gotta zoom out to think if they've pumped or not. Most of them are below 200 MA on the weekly still.
Doesn't matter. Bullshit coins will not pump. But I'm talking about real pumps. For example, I think Onyx pumped about 4,000%. So that was a real pump. I'm talking about, let's see, there were a few others that actually pumped a lot. For example, Fartcoin and stuff like that pumped like crazy. Ethereum pumped from 1,500 to almost 2,700. That's about 5x. So you got your pumps. I don't know what you're expecting. You're expecting 50x on everything? No, that won't happen.
No, obviously not. But I'm expecting things to make an uptrend and not continue the downtrend they started in December of this year. Overall. So a higher high on ETH above 4,000. I'm not expecting anything less than that. For me, currently, ETH hasn't pumped. It just came back to the mean. The reality is that it dumped. It dumped way too much. I mean, I think it should have held at least 2,200. It didn't. It went all the way down to 1,400, giving an amazing opportunity. But now it's just back to the mean. It's not pumped right now. In my opinion, it's not pumped. It's just back to the average of the last 4 years.
I think the Bulls are back in town. The Bulls are back in town.
Like if you zoom out on ETH, is it? I guess it is pumped because it was $1 10 years ago.
Well, look at it right now.
It is pumped because it was $1 in 2016. Yeah, ETH. But compared to the,
I'm talking about it like on the minute chart.
Yeah, but also look on Solana.
Weekly,
look at how much Solana pumped. Look at how much XRP pumped. Look at how much most of the higher cap coins pumped. So I don't know what you're expecting. You're expecting to see it at 10,000, maybe in the next 10 years, but not now.
More like in the next 6 months actually, and 10,000 might be a bit too much, but 6-7K, yeah, easily. Yeah.
I just wanted to go up $100. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but that's because you're on 100x short time frame scalp.
No, I'm not. But yeah, you wouldn't be wrong. But no, I don't do that.
Okay, I hope you're right, but I don't think this will happen.
Guys, we need fundamentals.
Right. I think dominance is about to start going down. I think we're about to see other things go up. Not financial advice.
Yeah, but how would you explain dominance going down with so much billions of dollars pouring into Bitcoin alone? How would you
Well,
explain dominance going down?
well, we just broke out of it. We just broke to the downside of the triangle on the 5-minute. If you're charting it,
Yeah, like 1%.
Not only that, but once Bitcoin finds its top, or even like a temporary top, that's when dominance tends to go down. When it starts consolidating, a lot of the liquidity flows out, and that's when.
I don't want to be upsetting you, but you're basing your analysis on what actually happened in the past cycles when there were
It's not even the past
non-institutional
cycle, so
investors.
it typically happens like even like, do you know like the easiest thing to invest in the stock market is? The indexes, right?
In
Like
what
you just
sense?
invest in the S&P. Like that
Yeah, you're
that's
going
how
to
like
the
big
S&P
cap.
and Nasdaq. Okay.
Right. That's it. You don't have to look at Nvidia, you don't have to look at Tesla, you don't have to worry about earnings reports, you don't have to worry about anything. You just invest in the S&P and you keep investing in S&P. And traditionally, and to your point, like how things worked in the past are not a reflection of what's in the future, but traditionally markets have trended up. They've been trending up for
Yeah.
decades. So unless like a catastrophic event happens, that's typically the trajectory it goes. But liquidity starts flowing out of those top. Like it hasn't happened yet though. If you look at the Russell year to date in the last couple of years, all the small caps are down massively. Like all the liquidity is still locked into like the top 7 stocks like Nvidia, Meta, uh, Google. But a lot of those other coins, or not coins, stocks have not had that liquidity yet. That's the same thing that's happening in crypto. It's literally the exact same thing.
Okay, I hope you're right. I may be more bearish than you, but I think
No, you might be right. I mean, we may not get it now, but eventually it does. The trajectory does trend up until it doesn't. Until it doesn't.
I wouldn't be so sure. With all the news that is going around with Bitcoin becoming reserve currency, also Bitcoin was adopted as reserve currency for the United Arab States. I'm not seeing the dominance fall that much
Well,
because there
and the
will be a
cost
lot
it got
of billions of dollars flowing into it. And also keep one thing in mind. There is one more thing to keep in mind. The liquidity within the exchanges, and also keep in mind the fact that less and less Bitcoins are mined per day. And that is creating a liquidity vacuum.
I'm just looking at the 5-minute chart. That's all I'm looking at.
This is analysis on median and a little bit longer.
Correct. I just didn't want it to sound like I was talking big picture.
No, I'm talking the big picture.
10-4.
But from my point of view, this is basically what we're gonna get. Maybe 1 month, 2 months of small pumps on maybe Ethereum, maybe I don't know, Sui, maybe Sol. Then basically a bear flag, and we go down. Maybe Bitcoin goes to 200K in that meantime, but other than that, no, I don't expect Bitcoin to give up its position due to the many billions and billions of dollars that are actually coming into it. It's basically impossible for an altcoin to pump if Bitcoin gets, like, for example, just yesterday, BlackRock invested another $190 billion just in Bitcoin and $1 billion in Ethereum.
What would make you change your mind on that?
If I see liquidity pouring into other stuff than Bitcoin, but I don't see
Like
that because
fundamental or technical?
technical and fundamental as well.
Okay. Because fundamentally, we already know it's supposed to be real-world asset tokenization, stuff like that, where Wall Street gets into ETH or whatever coin it's gonna be. Maybe, yeah, we already have a few clues of what's gonna cause Bitcoin's dominance to drop by at least 10-15%, not just 2% like currently. This is, traders seeing opportunity, taking it. It's nothing more than that. It's not fundamental.
Actually,
Nothing
they can't.
changed on ETH. It's still
Actually,
ETH
they can't
2.0.
do.
There's no
Actually,
news.
traders. Wait one second. Actually, traders can't do anything if it's not regularized. So they can't do anything if there's no ETF, if there's no, for example, market equity that is posted on the New York Stock Exchange or something like that. They can't do anything. It's zero. So what you're talking about is basically zero. Doesn't matter if a trader sees Ethereum going to, I don't know, $1 million. He can invest his own money, but he can't invest billions and billions of dollars in it because he doesn't have the funds to do that. He needs a venture capital. He needs to have authorization. He
Who
needs to
had
go
the
to
money
the
in 2000?
FIC.
Who had the money in 2021 though? I mean, people are ready to sell Bitcoin to buy alts. They've done it in the past. They'll do it again. They're already starting slowly on some of these alts.
Yeah, those are retail traders. They're BS.
I really
Sorry.
don't think retail can move these alts, these big cap alts that much personally. But maybe
Right
in
now, no, they can't move them. But in 2021, it was still retail. There was no ETFs. There was no institutional money. If you
of
check,
course there was institutional money back then.
no,
You had
if you,
CME. You had CME.
no, CME was like BS. It has like yeah, it was like $1 billion. It was like BS.
You could already trade ETH on CME back then, yeah.
For example, let me explain you one thing. Why do you think that the Bitcoin price and also the Nasdaq price and the SPY price and the Russell price are 99% correlated in the last 2 years?
They're definitely not 99% correlated. I mean, Russell, do you know
check,
Russell?
Check the charts. Yeah, check the charts.
Well, I'm going to invite you to do a bit of TA on Russell because Russell was not even able to put a new all-time high, while Nasdaq is 30% above its previous all-time high at least. Like, no. Now, they are correlated on small time frames, but overall, when you zoom out, Russell underperformed hugely. Now, between Nasdaq and SPY, that's more true because the same companies are in both indices, right? But yeah, but with Russell, hell no. Russell is in a bear market.
That's what I'm saying. Russell, the Russell
yeah.
is the Russell is the same thing as our altcoins. They're still in a bear market. They can tell the Russell actually like makes a new high or starts getting out of its bear market. The alts are just going to follow.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're
Russell
talking
just
about
double
because
tapped
I'm looking
with
because
COVID
I'm
all-time
looking
high.
at the
That's
chart
all.
with Russell, and basically it's 1-to-1 with Bitcoin. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, so you have an indicator that's called correlation factor, CC. Just add it, put Bitcoin, and send me the screenshot because it can't be 1-to-1 with Russell. Hell no.
It's 1-to-1. Let me just.
Well, maybe I don't know what you're looking at, but it's bullshit.
No, it's not. It's basically the same.
Well, if Bitcoin was at 40K right now, I would agree with a correlation. Yeah. Okay, maybe 48K, somewhere there.
No, 1 minute, please. Let me just correlate my charts and I'm gonna send you a print screen right now. 1 minute.
Weekly. No, not small time frames.
No, not small time frames.
Oh, on the small time frames, yeah, you can be correlated at a given point in time, yeah. Well, overall, Bitcoin follows more SPY and Nasdaq than Russell, though, so...
Well,
You know, in
kind of
March,
like
correlation was at 0. Right now, it's at 0.8 because they are both going upward, of course. But if you look at the average of the correlation, it's at 0 with Russell.
no,
So,
basically it's the same.
yeah.
Let me just.
If you look with Nasdaq, overall, the correlation factor is above 0. So we are like, on average, more positively correlated than not
These are
correlated.
both weekly. So they're basically the same.
No, it's much more down on Russell. The CC is hovering around 0, while on SPY and Nasdaq it's above
I just sent a
0.
print screen.
But I have it in front of me.
They're basically the same. What are you talking about?
The CC indicator correlation factor.
They're the same. I don't know what you're talking about because they're basically the same.
Yeah. I'll show you because this is pretty important.
Bitcoin weekly and Russell weekly, they're basically the same.
No, the Russell is all one step lower. But it's normal. Bitcoin is not an alt.
Okay. Everyone has its own opinion, so.
Opinion. It's just a metric.
Yeah, it's just a metric, but they are basically 99% correlated, so.
When everything is going upward, things are correlated, yeah. But look at the average of the two. One is higher, on average, closer to 1 than the other.
Yeah, but if it goes up, it goes up. If it goes down, it goes down. They're
Yes,
correlated.
obviously.
Yeah,
Yes.
but you're trying to tell me that basically the last cycle it was the same. It's not the same. Last cycle,
No.
if you check the metrics, you would see that Bitcoin does its own thing and the market does its own thing. Right now, Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency market are correlated to the stock markets in the USA, Asia, etc. There are
Yes, but they're
basically
way better
1-to-1.
correlated. But they are way better correlated to the first 10 stocks by market cap than to the first 2,000 stocks.
Doesn't matter, they are correlated. So basically, if the stock market goes down, Bitcoin will go down.
They were not last summer.
Yeah, but they are now because ETFs.
We had ETFs last summer already, no?
No, but we didn't
ETF.
have billions and billions of dollars of ETFs. We had like a demo start of the ETFs.
No, the thing is, crypto had alt-season bear market, while the stock market continued upward during the summer. It did one red candle and then just continued upward, while Bitcoin stayed for a whole year below its previous high, right? So that broke the correlation. So that's why you get a big negative. I mean, we were inversely correlated with the stock market last summer.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that right now we are 99% correlated with the stock market. What the stock
Yeah.
market does, the crypto will do. That's all.
Especially when it dumps.
Yep. And that's why I'm saying that no altcoin season will come, because there are a lot of money invested in Bitcoin and not in freaking alts. Everyone is
And
expecting
eventually people are
altcoin
gonna
season
stop.
and blah blah blah.
People are gonna stop piling up on the same asset. Eventually.
Okay. I hope you're right.
But it's a risk to reward stuff, like, you know, buying Nvidia right now. I mean, you're so close to all-time highs. Not really interesting. Go look at small caps. There's plenty better opportunities, no? It's the same for crypto, like buying Bitcoin above 100K.
I'm liking this chart right now. I'm hoping the bulls are back in town. I was thinking I was like, the bulls are sitting over there just right outside of town. And somebody just had to open the gate and let the bulls back into town.
Well, you know, if it's breaking its parallel downward, well, we'll see if it's confirmed and all. You could get 2006. I mean, I'm betting on 2660 getting hit before we put a lower low, and the previous low is 2550. It's just scalps, though.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
Oh yeah. Bring
Not
it
really.
on.
Not really.
All we
Drew.
need to do, not really, but all we need to do is break this 103,726.
Oh, dude. We got
and we
it.
might pop some more champagne tonight.
We got it, bro. Not financial advice. We're gonna knock it out.
My friend, you're long or what?
Do what?
My friend, you're longing or what? Big buys every time. Big buys.
I'm not longing. I'm spotting. Big spot. Big
Oh,
spot.
you're in spot. Okay.
I'm really long right now.
I longed the
trading
200 EMA on the 15 on ETH.
Hey, who let the bulls out? True.
Oh, the bulls have been out.
You're a man of your word.
No, the bulls are hibernating. People, they will. I mean,
and the bulls are keeping Bitcoin above 100,000. The bears are dying to get Bitcoin under 100, and they can't do it. They can't even get Bitcoin under 101,000. The bears are weak right now. They have no more selling power. Guess where the power is? The power is in the buying power, because all the other people are holding. The market makers, they're selling a little bit, but the institutional buyers, they're not selling yet.
Drew, the bears are very strong. Do you know why? Because I just got paid 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I got paid to stay long on Bitcoin.
Well,
literally.
That's good. Yeah, but I'm just saying the bears, the selling pressure. So forget leverage trading. The spot buyers and people that are holding, the selling, like the bears have lost their selling power because the ones that are planning to sell have already sold.
I ain't selling.
And this is just a lower high. So bulls are still hibernating. Keep them alive for price discovery, for the impulse.
If you notice, every time we make a little lower low on the smaller time frame, someone comes in and just right back up and makes a little higher high.
Oh, Hey,
blasted through the
we're about
downtrend.
to see some rockets. I got a feeling. I mean, it might take a minute, but you know,
It's
eventually.
the daily close.
You know, Asia got that money, and they got that money on deck.
Asia pays Oh yeah.
Asia pays Asia pays me.
By the way, if you don't know, Asia is actually the orders they have in for selling are like 29,000 bitcoins on the
That's
sell.
nothing. Half of those are spoof sells.
Not actually, they're from miners.
Yeah, but those
So,
sells, just because they're posted now, doesn't mean they're going to be posted once the price gets close to the sell.
well, there are at about 99,000 K, so this is pre-market.
Oh, come on. Let's go ETH. ETH.
Yeah, ETH is going to do good, man. ETH is going to push, I think, all through this summertime. People are going to realize, like, wow, it's an ETH summer. Bitcoin's gonna push. It's not gonna push as much as ETH because ETH still has to get to its all-time high, and Bitcoin's gonna be in price discovery, so it's gonna be able to push, in my opinion. But I think once ETH gets in price discovery, that's where we see some really interesting action. I think ETH, ETH could get up to the 5 digits.
Oh yeah, look at ETH, baby. Let's go.
It's not going to get it in this run, but I could see ETH at $10,000 by the end of 2026, beginning of 2027.
Oh yeah.
And my target for Bitcoin, $137,000. And I think that's going to happen before the 4th of July.
Oh,
and
that's low balling it.
Yeah,
We're
it's
going,
conservative. It's conservative. And my
it's
Doge
conservative.
prediction is 86 cents by the 4th of July.
Speaking of conservative, we hit 26.36 here on ETH. I'm going to take a little profit. Oh yeah. Keep going. Do that thing you do.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
Oh yeah, do that thing.
Now the next level, I think 104,350. That's going to be difficult resistance, but I think it shouldn't be too hard to get up to there. Of course, we're going to have psychological at 104. That's a slight psychological, nothing crazy. Every $1,000 is a slight psychological.
All right. On the 5-minute, dominance is hitting a little demand zone. So I wouldn't be surprised to see us just pay attention. Pay attention out there. Stay safe. Don't panic. Whatever you do, stay calm. Stay calm.
Panic. It's organic. Don't panic.
Dude, if you knew my brain, like the amount of strength it takes me not to rhyme every single word in my brain.
Oh, you're a rhymer. I'm a rhymer too, man.
I know,
I rhyme
dude. I know, dude. Wow. All right. This is that don't panic part. I'm thinking. No, maybe not.
God damn it, don't panic.
I'm not panicked, dude. I already took my profit, dude. So I know
took profit early.
I got
financial advice.
my
Snap! Because we're about to pump. I'm about to make some phone calls.
yo. What did I say? I said don't panic, cuzzo.
See, these guys, they haven't really been picking up my phone these last few. I'd say this last week. 2 weeks ago, they were picking up. I'm gonna try again tonight. I think they're bound to pick up because they know the Dojula comes out at night, and Count Dojula has some very interesting vampire friends that have vampire wallets.
All right. I'm about to go to a lower time.
These vampire wallets hold a lot of USDT.
USDC?
I hold USDC, but the vampire wallets hold USDT. USDC nuts. But yeah, our Doge broke a little slight angular resistance on the local.
We just got to keep learning, burning, earning.
Concerning.
Oh, snaps. See?
So
Yeah.
stop squirming.
Everybody stay calm. Stay calm.
Stay calm. We're going 112,000.
Here's what I call this. I call this a little bitty game. Oh, yeah. Little bitty game. Little bitty.
So Portugal is going to be hosting a Doge hackathon pretty soon. And they're boasting that this hackathon is going to show some very interesting key players in Europe, the future of finance, and how Doge is going to be involved in the future of finance.
Doggy, that's what's up.
There's the Indy 500 race pretty soon. And if you guys like to support Doge, go support that. I forget his name, Francisco something. He's driving a Dogecoin, a Honda vehicle. And he's sponsored by Dogecoin, the official
Dude,
Dogecoin.
He needs freaking Dogecoin rims that are spinners that like so whenever he's driving, like you don't see the wheels turning because you just see Dogecoin.
Yeah, I don't know if Formula One's got spinners though, do they?
All I'm saying is, dude, it's a doggy world. They're just living it. They need to figure that out.
I mean, maybe you could, yeah, some like aerodynamic spinners, but I think they have tight regulations, so probably not allowed to have any spinners or anything like that.
Do it for the Doge.
Big buys coming in, big buys. But yeah, Doge coin is going to be in the Indy 500, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first.
When is the Indy 500? Do you know the date? I can look it up. I just didn't know if you knew offhand.
Let me see. I forget. Indy 500 date. May 25th.
I see.
Indy 500, that's the biggest car race, right?
Depends who you ask.
I mean, in the States, that would be the biggest car race, I think, right? Indy 500. It's kind of the most commercialized.
Daytona 500. But call me.
Daytona, which one do you think has more money, like, put in it and commercial-wise between those two?
Depends what channel it's on. They've been switching it up. They switch it up every year.
Yeah, it's on Fox.
I thought NASCAR was the biggest one.
Yeah, I would. Someone said NASCAR. Oh, yeah, I would agree. But I'm definitely biased, so I didn't want to.
Yeah, it's going to be on Fox. Well, NASCAR is just, there's no race called NASCAR. NASCAR is just a group of.
Yeah, right? It's like the organization or whatever.
Right. So I'm just saying, which one's the biggest race? It's either Daytona 500 or the Indy 500,
right? Yeah, probably. I mean, NASCAR fans are different. So, like, some will say Talladega.
No one has
Bristol.
Yeah. That's not mainstream. That's all French.
Yeah, it's blood is what it is.
I just know when I was little, I just remember hearing about the Indy 500, and that's like where everyone wanted to make it, like the who's who of racers. Indy 500. Not Daytona. But the
Oh
Indy.
yeah, Alan Jackson in that song. He says thought he was Mario Andretti. I think.
But yeah, it's gonna be nice seeing Dogecoin on that racetrack. I think the last time Dogecoin was sponsoring, I think it was a NASCAR event. I think the car ended up spinning out and going backwards through the finish line or something.
I mean, that's one way to do it.
Doge's getting some nice healthy buys up here. It's trying to break that 0.23584 resistance. Bitcoin still getting some buys up here. These bears are tucking their tails between their legs.
He's got going on here. He's got
They are
going on
slowly
here.
turning around. They got to eat a little bit though, so at least they're not going home hungry.
I came here to eat. You know what I mean?
I think the bears are bearish just because price went up. They technically don't have a lot to go with to be bearish here. Like maybe a diamond topping pattern of some sort. No, like
Yeah,
give
but
me
the
bearish
bears,
arguments. Like rooftop, okay, maybe a bit rooftop stuff going on.
well, the
but-
spot bears I think are out, but the thing is, the leverage bears, we can bring them in. They could come in. The more they come, I'm happy. Come on, leverage bears, bring it. I dare you. I double Doge dare you.
Oh, not the double Doge there. Classic.
Maybe a bit of a diamond, but it's not very beautiful.
Where's Dragonfly when you need him?
Finally, some sort of life. What's good, Joe?
What up, Dbloc?
Chilling. YouTube, how's the stream been? Has it been buffering or anything? I just
I
decided
hadn't
to
had any issues.
leave it still for a while. All right. It was pissing me off earlier, man. I heard you talking about that Doge car.
Yeah, didn't it go like through the finish line backwards or something?
Look at my screen.
Let me see.
That was the photo finish.
Yeah,
Last place, completely sideways.
So I'm saying, since they got that out of the way already, you know, they already broke the ice. Now it's time to conquer, right?
That's when we knew that Doge was doomed. We were
Yeah,
like,
that's what-
bro, come, like really?
I still
He
can't
must have
believe
been
that's
long.
real, man.
Either that or
Guys,
they
but-
paid him big money to put the logo right in the camera at the end. He's like, I got
Honestly,
you.
It's pretty. He had to do that on purpose.
They're
and
like,
he did a
make
good
sure that
job.
you can see the logo when you cross the finish line. He's like, heard you. Say
Yo, I'm
less.
down. I'm down on it.
Too funny. Some of the shit that's happening in crypto just doesn't feel like it's real. Like when I think back on it, I've got to check. Did that really happen? Or am
Me
I
too,
just
that's
tripping?
That's all I wanted to ask you. I was like, yo, I had that somewhere in the back of my mind that,
Yeah.
that happened. And I don't remember if it was real or not. Can't believe that's real, man. And isn't that right after Doge? I mean, right before Doge dumped?
That's when everybody was waiting for Doge to make another high after it had already topped out. And then it was like, oh man, is this a sign?
That was a sign that I should have listened
This
to
is
that
a sign to get out.
Bro, if the people at the racetracks would have known or had crypto on their phone, I guarantee you they would have bought it. They were like, what the hell's doggy coin?
It's funny. Nah, RH, I wasn't listening. I popped in for a couple minutes, but I was trying to do as little as possible on the PC so that at least it wouldn't tear the stream up. I jumped on my other PC on a hotspot to do some work. Did it take that full retracement?
So I'm thinking if Bitcoin gets over 104,200, that's gonna look pretty bullish. Look like a proper reversal, even though it made a lower low. Just comes right back out of it on the 15-minute at least.
Break, Ando gave what back? Oh, that hourly green candle there? Yeah.
Yeah, Ando got that JP Morgan news, and then yeah, it just gave it all back.
It's normal if people went ham long on it.
Yeah. Well, what we're looking for is this W here to either form or fall apart, so we've got to get above local highs. But the higher low fractal that we're sort of hoping for bullish here is this one.
Dbloc, I drew a very ugly diamond. Can you destroy it, please? I'm trying to find bearish arguments for a Bitcoin reversal, but it's not like a diamond a bit.
It's like a half a diamond. You're missing the right side top and the left side bottom, just off of just eyeballing it. If I'm thinking about,
yeah, the left side bottom is missing. That's true. But the right part is pretty triangle-like, right?
it depends
You
on how
have
far out
symmetrical-
you want to stretch it. I mean, you can make it fit because you can just cheat it by, since there's no bottom left anyways, you can take this as far as you need to. But you don't really need it, right? You could literally just take that symmetrical.
Yeah, what's on the left doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So would we treat it like a typical symmetrical triangle with, well, you know, up first would be sign for, oh, actually waiting for these shorts to get liquidated to just re-enter short and.
It would be a bear. It would be a bearish. It would have a bearish a bullish tendency because it came off of a pump. But it'll break just like anything else if it breaks, you know.
We'll know by tomorrow, right? Like this is pretty small time frame stuff.
Yeah, we should.
Just a typical symmetrical triangle then.
Bit of indecision.
Volatility.
What indecision looks like in a chart pattern.
Well, yet things are pretty well decided. That's odd.
No, indecision meaning a lowering will to buy and a lowering will to sell. stagnant.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot of moments on Bitcoin, especially on Binance USDT, where it's just flatlines and it's just like the market's waiting. Okay, who's gonna move first? You move or I move? You know, and it's, nobody moves until somebody moves.
Mhm.
Like a Reservoir Dogs scenario, Quentin Tarantino. Everybody's got a gun pointed at each other.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, RH. I feel like people are scrambling to make sense of something that already makes sense. It's kind of weird. I'm not sure how to explain it.
Feels like I made up with my ex coming back to Doge.
How do you like it so far?
Man, it's good. It's like that makeup sex, you know? I've never gotten bad arguments. I always kept a little piece of her tucked away, a little wallet that I never touched. But I did kind of forsake her. I stopped playing with her. Stopped taking her out on the town.
Did you short while she was long?
What's that?
Did you short while she was long?
No, I just stepped away. You know, I just didn't play with her. I just let her collect dust. You know, and she just sat there. But now she's getting some action. She's happy. Taking her out in the town. Taking her through the trenches.
Oh yeah, dude.
We're gonna paint the city green. All right, I better calm down before Count Dojula comes out again. But it happens when we're potentially making local highs. Big buys. Telling you, man, every time Bitcoin makes like a little lower local low on like the smart time frames, someone just steps in and just snaps it right back and says,
Daddy likey.
All we need now is a little higher high, just a little bit, like just peek a little wick up there on Binance or somewhere that has a lot of volume and get a nice little scam wick to give us a little higher high here on this local. And we'll start approaching that all-time high like it's nothing, in my opinion. Non-financial advice.
On Bitcoin all-time high. Yeah, but the question is, are we gonna, that 108? It would be nice to touch 108 and then come back and put a right shoulder for head and shoulder traders, and then once you're back again at 108, make it like a trap and start the bear market where everybody would go headlong on a easy retail pattern, and it would end up in complete disaster with huge longs stuck from the top, right? I mean, that's why I'm pretty confident we haven't seen the top. It's just because there are no stuck longs from here. You have more people short than long. It's a bit odd. It can work. We can still dump, of course, but it doesn't seem as likely as if we had people going long like hell on Bitcoin. They are doing it on alts though. So yeah, maybe alts will suffer a bit more, but you know, it's been 2 funding rates. We got paid to stay long. That's pretty rare when things are bullish. And this one is negative already. It's been an hour. All right. That was just a bearish scenario.
But even with the funding rates, I mean, I'm sure the exchanges, they have proper metrics they use to gauge and analyze everything to give you that funding rate. But they could also use it as a tool, as a psychological catalyst, or of, you know, some kind of not manipulation, but not just to use it as the, you know, as their generating tool, like to generate their funds, to actually use it to manipulate psychological activity in the market.
Well, it doesn't matter if they manipulate or not. They're paying me.
Well, yeah, but if everyone's like, imagine if like everyone starts getting in that mind frame, like big traders, like, oh, funding rates, we're getting paid right now to go long, so that means, you know, this and this, right? They're using it to build a theory, like you just used that to build a theory. So being an exchange, knowing traders might be using that to build a theory, they can use that against you as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess people could open shorts on purpose so that they get liquidated, so that it pumps price. You know, there are some people doing that. They on purpose open shorts on leverage while buying on
Well,
spot, so that it pumps price because they.
But not just
It,
people. I'm talking about the exchanges themselves to even do
yeah,
it, like, you know, with more of a angle, like to do it not because they're making money off the funding rate, but because they want to manipulate the market a little bit.
but the idea is to cause a cascade of liquidations, right? So if you want to attack Team Bear, you might want to short, where you might want to join them on purpose to get your trade get liquidated. And
Yeah, because those shorts feed the spots.
yeah, I think there was a story of someone doing that last when we pumped to 48K, or I forgot, but like there was a story on Twitter about someone who on purpose liquidated a huge position just to make price spike more so that it would liquidate his competitors, I guess.
All right, Bitcoin just made a higher local high here. It's peeking its head here. Let me zoom out and get out of this 1 minute chart because this 1 minute chart
Yeah,
is excited.
it's looking like the 3-day formed triangle, and it's breaking through the upside now.
Yeah,
That symmetrical we drew with Dbloc.
So we don't get over 104K. This is just vector recovery. You want to get above and clear 104.
That's 0.15% above us.
We could get a really strong, nice move off of this. It's been shrinking for 3 days, and it's literally about to bust.
Talk dirty to me.
If it happens, we'll see it.
It's not more like tomorrow evening we're supposed to decide this triangle. It could still stay within the boundaries. I always draw my triangles wrong compared to what you draw. It's crazy. Oh,
Why?
The boundaries are 103.4 to 103.8. So we're like, either way, we're on the border of the boundaries for the next couple hours if we stay in them.
For me, it's at 104.200 that you will start wicking above the symmetrical triangle. Like we're still inside it.
Well, for me, it's the top and bottom of yesterday's range, which changed as of daily close 40 minutes ago. but it does look like it's about to come through the top.
How is he gonna draw it? So
Very
why
cool.
not use both wicks? Oh damn.
I did.
Okay. Yeah, right. You used all the
If you want
wicks.
to err on the side of caution, you want to give yourself as much space as possible. If you're sitting here trying to micromanage the break, then you would try to cut off as many wicks and err on the side of as many touches as possible.
I mean, I
Right?
did it
That's
like you. I
your
used both.
conservative triangle, and that's your liberal triangle.
The problem with the wicks is that it's only 2 touches on both sides, right? But it's roughly similar.
That's fun.
So we're still inside it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, barely. We're about to maybe go down $200 to check the bottom of it.
You're right. We're way too zoomed in.
I mean, at this point, you wouldn't do too bad putting a long and a short because you have pretty close invalidations if it takes off from the middle.
Or you could just wait for confirmation. Make your life easy.
Yeah, the funny part is we even know, like, there is a pretty high likelihood that whatever happens at 8 p.m. tomorrow, we'll be back at the neckline of this triangle. So
I'll be right back.
I'm just saying, theoretically, if you wanted to short, we are at the top where you put a short little stop loss and you're good. If you wanted the long, I don't know if it's going to come back down to the range, but I don't know. That's bad advice because I feel like it's going to come straight through the top. But assuming that it's within the trend from the top and the bottom, right here's not a bad place if you were trying to play the trend lines. That's all I'm getting at.
the measured move of this symmetrical triangle is roughly 1010, no? 1010 to the upside and to the downside, 98k.
1010. Are we cracking a million?
1010. Sorry, 110. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, roughly a bit less actually, no? 109 something. So, planning for a short around 108, 109, or?
Assuming we get that breakout right here, yeah. Yeah, why not?
Big buy's coming in Doge.
There's tons of stuff tomorrow too. We got jobless claims, retail sales, POW, PPI. It's all like at 8:30, 8:40.
Well, that's all well and good, but right now Bitcoin, that daily, that's one of my favorite things to play. When you get inside day after inside day after inside day, because your range shrinks and usually you get a nice move out of it.
Yeah, so I heard some chatter that Elon, he's been in Qatar and he was at Dubai and like around those areas. And there was some kind of financial convention. I think Trump was talking there too. But they had some side convos too, of course, about crypto, Web3, because they're trying to get very crypto friendly there in Dubai. So I would imagine, Elon, Sure, on the side, off the record, he was probably hustling a little bit of Doge to these big boys that got all that big money. That's just a hunch I got.
I don't know, man. He needs to go check out that new theme park in Abu Dhabi. You heard about Disney's new park?
No, but I heard about this Bitcoin pump.
After he went, X became the #1 used app in Saudi. So that should help if Doge becomes a payment system.
Well, July, August are typically not much happening months anyway. So if your money supply predictor tells us there's not going to be much happening in summer, that's kind of cool for alts, right?
You see it running flat, right? It's crazy. It's like it knows it's the summer.
Yeah.
It feels like it's not listening because you're supposed to walk away in May. We seem to be like launching.
Those rules will get people wrecked, man. Don't put too much weight behind those little sayings.
They're they're fairly consistent, but yeah, you wreck yourself.
You have
on
to
the
know
big
where
ones
you are
every
in the
few
cycle.
years.
There's times where you have to ignore that type of shit.
But yeah, but 12 May was a red candle to buy in the end. Very small one, but it kind of worked.
No, you're forgetting the walk away part.
I don't know. You get back. I know for now. I mean, I don't sell in May. I walk away.
Yeah,
I
that
buy
red
in May
candle. That red candle was supposed to be
Because-
people walking away, right?
because people are selling, so I buy. No, normally price goes down. No, it didn't this year. Yeah.
Just want to throw out that if we were to follow this M2 directly after this weekend, we'd be retracing to about 98. That dip on M2 would give me that correction that I want to 100.
Blasphemy! How dare you?
So this ascending triangle would do like a fake out, attempting to break upward to
If we
just
look at the
come back
daily, guys,
inside
it's
and
not. I keep doing this.
Oh. But if we just find support at 98, oh, it's just 5% down.
All you're talking about is coming down to the 50. Not a big deal.
5%.
And the longer we
Oh.
take, the further up the 50 goes. So.
In the end, Nasdaq put a new high today. It didn't put a lower high like Bitcoin did. They're catching up. Was a flat day, but we got some buys towards the end.
This purple range is what's important, that we got back into this range. So that's our floor.
Yeah, 90K is now expected support. Yeah, 92.
Anything underneath that, then you can start to feel a little spooky, and but any correction down to the bottom of that range, and I don't even think we'll go all the way to the bottom. Like I said, I think we'll stop at that 50 in May.
Well, could we test the top of the range? That's 99.5.
Yeah, you could go there first. 100%.
We just did that, but we couldn't get to it.
What would be really nice is if we just corrected like we're supposed to, hit that 50, put in the right shoulder for this inverse head and shoulder, and then took our measured move to 152 so I could take profits and call it a bull market. But I mean,
A bear market, you mean? Yeah.
152 is not a. Yeah, sure, whatever you want.
How about 137?
We could call that a bear market, I guess.
No, what I mean is I'm calling it the bull market. I mean, like the bull market is called, like I'm out.
Yeah, it's a potentially beginning of a bear, right?
You guys could do whatever you want after that.
November, bro.
Dbloc's gonna be chilling on the beach, eating some mango.
I have it on my schedule. Already put it in the calendar. It's in November.
Who we trying to fool, bro? I'm gonna be right here.
I'm gonna be long in tops, coach.
This 4-year cycle, this specific 4-year cycle is just the third quarter of a larger sort of 12-year plan for me.
Speaking of longing tops, the best thing I saw this year was somebody that's been holding since like well below 10,000. Walk into a room full of people FOMOing at 101 and just sell all of their coins. It's the coolest thing I saw before we went to 73.
It's not gonna be that cool looking back when we're at $1 million Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm sure he picked more up. But it was just fun watching everybody FOMO in at the top as he was just like, yeah, I've been waiting like 6 years. Good, I'm selling.
Well, I'm telling you guys from right now, love y'all. Y'all have definitely grown on me. I want nothing bad to happen in your lives. That being said, at 150K, I will be dumping on your heads. I'm letting you know from right now.
Info, coach.
Nah, honestly, I mean, hopefully to get more than 150. For me, it's really time. I told you guys, it's time-based. August, September, October, I'm lightening the load, and then going into November, I'm sitting on maybe 1 or 2.
Or, yeah, November in case it blow off tops.
And everybody's like, well, what if it super cycles? Well, God, that would be horrible, right? I'd have a bag full of dry powder from the entire bull market as Bitcoin is about to super cycle. What would I ever do?
If you look at the overall year, you try and convince me otherwise. I think the absolute top of every movement and the absolute bottom of every movement where you could have bought or sold has always been in November.
Not always, but most of the time.
Like, show me one. What
Rick,
time
it
was it
depends.
not?
Probably stables.
I might have missed that.
I'll take a look at what yields are doing at the time. I'll look around. We'll definitely have that conversation about what to put that money into for the bear market. Definitely shorting iBit and MicroStrategy and probably Coinbase.
Yeah, but I've definitely seen it hit major high, major low, usually in November.
I would not get mad at you, Doge, if you front ran me at 140. I would actually be proud.
I'm front running Doge at 137.
Good morning.
I got about 100 million shed that I'm still holding on to.
Good morning.
I'll be right back.
What are we doing, Bitcoin?
Bitcoin's about to go to its all-time high, and then it's going to shatter it. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, I'll take it. 15-minute looks like it's struggling at the moment. It's holding above the 5 MA though, so I like that.
So it's resetting indicators while still going up. That's what Bitcoin's doing.
You guys hear the news that Zuckerberg is thinking about acquiring Ripple?
No.
Yeah, it's buzzing right now. It's still in the rumor
What with-
phase. He had
Is
a
it with,
he had a
That's
meeting
bearish,
with
right?
he had a meeting with that guy from Stripe, and I think Stripe owns like 25% of all the, or 15% of all the Stellar. And they were
Wonder
just
if they'll
talking
use
about the
all-
Libra and the payment. Remember, they tried to come out with their stable already, but he said a couple things that were really hinting at Ripple.
I think
And
I'd be mad if I was Nick.
and he hired a new product manager, and she used to work at Ripple, Stellar, and she used to work at Plaid. It's a brand new hire for a new product, so everybody's sort of buzzing around right now and thinking about the possibilities.
It's kind of bearish for Ripple, right? If it what came true.
I mean, you can't hurt. It's not gonna hurt having the backing of. That's instant adoption
Guys.
from everybody on Meta.
Oh yeah, guys, you can exclusively tip people on Threads now.
It's crazy that all these years later they just bring back something that we already had.
Nobody's using Threads.
Yeah, I know.
This shit is
Nobody's
so
on
crazy
Threads.
though. I wonder if this is actually.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but does anybody get ads for Threads like on their Twitter and stuff?
On
On their
Instagram.
Facebook? Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. Are those ads always like some girl that says, "Can I have your number? Do you want my number?" Or some girl selling herself?
Yeah, that guy's trying to get you to download Threads.
I knew it.
Just like that girl in your WhatsApp with the bikini picture that wants to talk to you about Bitcoin.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, ignore that guy.
I send her
Oh,
pictures on Snap.
I'll be right back. I got some calls to make.
That dude does not want what's best for you.
The chat is to ask you for your seed phrase.
Was you saying she wasn't stuck at a train station and she had to get to her grandmother's house and she had no way to get there?
What's going on, fam?
Not a whole hell of a lot.
Yo, did you guys see that? You know how the Trump coin, or he did the top holders dinner.
Yeah.
4 friends secured the spots for around 1,200 each, using a custom script to track the leaderboard for top holders.
That's crazy. There's a Chinese company too that I think put like 10% of his assets into buying Trump coin to get to secure the spot. Remember how we were just talking about that the other day? Access, man.
You know what Chinese company it was?
No. I have to look into it. But they said that like 6 of the top 20 wallets are brand new wallets that didn't have any Doge at all before the announcement. I mean, they didn't have any Trump coin at all before the announcement.
How does it work at dinner? Can you bribe Trump to ask him to get someone out of prison, or like?
You know,
Yeah.
sometimes just being at dinner with the president gives you what you need. It's, somebody seeking legitimacy, somebody seeking, negotiation edge in business, just to be able to say that you've got the in, especially from different countries. And yeah, I'm sure that the hope is you get 5 minutes to give your little, your little spiel.
Little pitch.
Yeah.
To me, the fact that this hasn't hit the floor more in Congress and in Senate is in relation to the Democratic Party.
Oh, they walked out
It,
the other day because of it or something like that. And then they put a big stink during the crypto
well,
thing about the whole Trump dinner.
yeah. So two things. Well, one, it is essentially putting crypto and actual discussion and real talk on the floor. So, I mean, to me, it's actually even like an art of the deal move. It's like, okay, in order to move forward, I have to piss them off to force
I
them to
don't know
do the
about
work.
that, bro. He had $6 billion before he launched Trump. At the
He's
end
not
of the
worth it.
at the end of the vesting schedule, he'll have $60 billion. That's a 10x on your entire net worth. I don't think we have to look past that when it comes to the motivation.
Wow. Okay. That's
That's
so interesting that you think that.
generational,
Like,
bro. And he did it a weekend before he got into office because the laws on enriching yourself on the presidency don't kick in until you're inaugurated. Hey, it's not illegal. It's not illegal, bro.
exactly.
It's
Exactly.
not. It's not illegal. So I'm not sitting here saying you gotta lock him up for. I'm being real. You know, I voted for the man, but I'm sitting here being real with
Right.
y'all. That shit was a move.
He said that during his debates and stuff. They were like, "Oh, well, you didn't pay taxes and you didn't do this and you didn't do that." And he's like, "All I did was use the same loopholes that y'all used. I
Yeah,
didn't break
change the
any
rules.
laws."
Yeah, you don't like it, change the rules.
Yeah. That's
The
kind of the
problem that
point that I'm
the
making.
problem that people have with him, right, is that although that's true, right, and for a businessman that's acceptable. For a businessman, your responsibility is to your shareholders and your business to do everything within the law to make a profit.
Right.
Presidents now, on the other hand, even if something wasn't illegal, they've stayed away from certain things for the appearance of impropriety. Even if they did it behind closed doors anyways, even if they had backroom deals, they sort of cared about how they looked, so they didn't touch. He's like, bro, I'm a businessman. Y'all elected me as a businessman. Y'all knew I was a businessman. They try to hit him with that shit during the first presidency. They're like, sir, all of this shit you're doing is not presidential. And he's like, well, I'm president. Therefore, by definition,
Actually,
anything that I
Not
do is presidential.
Not only that, this is kind of a corporation if you think about it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Don't hate the player, hate the game, right?
But governments
Hell
don't
yeah.
need to make money; they can just print it. No, like, why does Trump want to make money?
Trump is not the government. Bro, presidents are
Oh.
temporary employees. In 4 years, 10 years over, you back on your own.
I mean, Obama and Biden had plenty of money. They didn't have to bribe Ukraine. Oh, my bad.
Everybody took a little something here and there, I'm sure. I mean,
Bruh.
the traditional way that it's done is $1 million speaking engagements and shit like that. You know what I mean? Sitting on the board of some company somewhere or but usually you wait until after you're not president anymore to do that.
Now welcoming our special guest, Chelsea Clinton.
Yeah.
For the keynote.
Yeah,
Chelsea Clinton.
quick half a mil.
I just vomited when I thought I heard saying.
Quick half a mil. Not too much on the presidential kids, man. They didn't choose their parents either. I always thought about sometimes what it'd be like if
For sure,
your
dog.
pops became president or something.
Right. You can't blame the descendants of like their parents. I mean,
Yeah, but when they start opening up their yap and saying stupid stuff, you can't.
My
Yeah,
father
well, I mean,
would have
Hunter
never
Biden's
became
different.
president
No,
if
I'm
it
just
wasn't if I had anything to do with it. I would have screwed them chances up.
Oh yeah, dog.
What?
All right, who's jumping on my head?
Wasn't that like George Bush's daughter got arrested like back
Bro,
in
it's all of
2004?
them. There's never been a clean one. The only clean one really that I can remember off the top of my head is probably Chelsea. She was just boring as hell. So it's easy to make fun of her because she was just dumb boring.
Can you imagine
But
the things she had
the
to
Bush
see?
girls were always getting like public DUIs and shit. You know, Biden's kids or Biden's kids. The
I
Obama
think
girls didn't get into anything while they were in. I think there's like a picture of one of them at a party smoking a joint or
Yeah.
something. It's fucking college, bro. It's like at least
You
they're
know,
regular kids, you know.
I've been thinking like, like how just like dumb does Hunter Biden have to feel? He's like, oh, you mean all I had to do was make a crypto coin? You know? I mean, you know,
Just say no to
like,
drugs, kids.
yeah, and Parmesan cheese, if you know what I'm saying.
I guess that's probably different now too, though. Like you know those kids in college are like, oh, this one's trying to be president. He'd never go to any parties. He'd never drink. He'd always be, you know what I mean? Like they start from early to be perfect, so that when they run for president, nobody can go back and look at anything. I wonder if that
Yeah,
changes now.
Those people don't exist.
I wonder. I
Well,
mean,
now
it's
they do.
it's not that they're clean. It's just they're able to keep their image that way until they run, basically. But I wonder if
That's a great point.
that changes now. Like
They have dirt amongst themselves right now because that's kind of the only way to get in. You got to do some weird stuff to get in the cool crowd.
yeah, but like now it's like you could have been arrested before, no problem. You know what I mean? You could have like there's certain things that we thought that you could never get elected if you did. And now
Yeah,
it's wide open. Now it's like shit.
they
Why
lied to
not?
us,
Anybody,
dude.
you know, maybe they can. Just be successful, you know, and then maybe people will look past some of the dumb shit in your past.
Yeah. What, little Johnny, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be the president. Okay, well, you can do anything you want to do in life, unless you get arrested or get caught underage drinking or do this or do that. You know, that's how it felt.
I think that we're moving past that whole idea of the president being a role model for your kids. Or maybe it's I don't have any kids, so maybe I'm speaking out of school. But I think that was the problem, right? Everybody wants the president to be like a role model, and then when the president isn't perfect, it's like, but the president just runs the country.
Yeah, dude. If you need if you need the president of the United States to be a role model for your kids, you need to look in the damn mirror.
Same with everything else, celebrities, all that shit.
Oh, that shit's so annoying. Yeah, man.
Everybody should be looking up to Puffy now.
Another one bites the dust with the man law. You know how old that law is? That law is from 1910.
What law is that?
The man law. The law that they got Puffy under, the same one that they got R. Kelly, the same one that they got so it was called the White Slavery Act. And what it was is there was brothels in New York City, and some Russian immigrants were bringing in girls from Europe to work at these brothels. And one of the congressmen caught wind somehow. He's probably in the brothel, you know. And then he made a statement and said something about it's akin to white slavery, and everybody lost their shit. So the law was enacted, and it basically says that you can't transport somebody across state lines to pay them for sex or for acts of debauchery. Right? That's how it's written. The problem is 100 years ago, the definition of debauchery was way different than now, right? Like, there were certain things that people do every day that were considered sodomy and hardcore debauchery before, when now it's like, wow.
Now they're in each other's mouth.
So the reason that it has a stink to it or whatever, and this has nothing to do with Puffy, obviously, my man was doing some dirty ass shit. But the reason that the law itself has a stink to it is because it was used the first couple times that it was used against black entertainers that had like white women around them, and they basically charged them they basically charged them for sexual trafficking because these white women were traveling, touring, and after the show they were, you know, and they didn't like that at the time at all. That did not fly. So the first guy was a boxer. I can't remember his name, but now everybody's trying to say they're still doing it. They did it to Puffy. No, Puffy was doing some wild shit. He was beating on that girl, and that's why he's there. I don't think all the freak offs and everything is making the news because it's like sensational and it's like, oh my god, did you hear what happened? But the crime was the abuse. Like his freak flag isn't on trial.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
the human trafficking is.
Well, that's what they're saying, right? So if you're a celebrity and you're talking to some girls on Instagram and you fly them out,
right,
and you have a little fun, whether they were with it or not, it's considered human trafficking.
For RICO racketeering too. RICO, it's a RICO case as well. So there's
Yeah,
racketeering.
they're gonna throw the book at them.
What if you take your girlfriend on vacation and pimp her out to?
I'm pretty sure that yes, that counts.
Okay, awesome.
I'm also
They
pretty
do
sure
that
at
too,
that
I
point
think.
it's probably not your girlfriend. That's
No,
your
they do
that's your
crazy.
prostitute.
Some people, some of the celebrities do crazy shit like that because people will pay to be with them.
That's who it was, Jack Johnson.
Oh, I know that name. He sings, right?
That was the boxer from back in the day that got hit with that charge.
Oh.
Not the banana pancakes, Jack Johnson.
No, different different Jack.
There's been a bunch of CEOs getting kidnapped and ransoms and things like that, like cryptocurrency CEOs. It's getting pretty hectic.
Like that dude a year ago, bro. Family got kidnapped. They cut off his finger. They did all types of shit, bro.
Yeah, it just happened in France.
Yeah.
Happened in France 2 days ago, I think, in broad daylight, like 2 a.m. It was right next to in France during Kim Kardashian's trial, which was like 2 blocks away. There was this lady walking with her kid and her boyfriend or her husband or something. She was the daughter of nobody said what cryptocurrency company, but it was the CEO of a cryptocurrency company. She was walking.
What would make the most sense for market maker here on Bitcoin?
And anyways, long story short, she was just walking broad daylight, and they tried to throw in her van. One guy got stabbed. There's some Samaritans that came out with a fire extinguisher and like sprayed the guys, and like they had to run back in the van, so they weren't able. They botched the kidnapping, but it was all caught. It was caught on camera, man. It was crazy.
Whoa!
It just happened 2 days ago.
I'll look it up.
Just type crypto CEO kidnapped and watch how many stories. It'll be like 2-3 pages. Go back years and years. As far as what market makers should do here, he wins both directions. The retracement back to 100 is, I think, the main motivation, right? Your mean reversion, that balance that they get paid to create. But they're not going to pay for the whole trip down, and they can't get anybody to sell right now. So.
And if that happens, would that be an M? Pretty big M?
If it was to break, if it was to go there and break and not hold, yeah. Excuse me.
Where's your shoulder that you were looking at on like the weekly bottom at?
It's right here. It would take us down to the 50 MA, that retracement I'm looking for. 95, 94, probably higher than that by the time we get there. Above 95.
I think that's where that M would play out too.
Close to it, yeah. We just gotta sit and wait, man. Unfortunately, there's really nothing we could do. Like, everybody wants to FOMO and it's cool, but when we need them to keep FOMOing, then they're like, but nah, we were just playing. Problem with midweek reversal RH is since we didn't have a false move, then we didn't have a predictable 3-day, and we didn't have a 3-day, we don't have a predictable midweek. And so we got to wait until Friday really to start setting the traps again before we can count on it. If we were to look at it, right, if we were to try to make it work, then look at the problem that we're having. Let's just assume that we had trap longs and trap shorts, even though we had a irregular, trap. Let's say we had trap longs and trap shorts. Our false move coming out of the weekend trap freed the trap longs, and then they came down and freed the trap shorts, and then they just brought their ass right back into the weekend trap. So what would be our midweek reversal? Like, which way is reverse? You know what I mean?
On the stock market, it would be downward. On crypto, it's a bit more messy.
We don't care about those dinosaurs. No, I'm just playing.
Well, it is still correlated.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know. They've got money.
Like, it's not coincidence Nasdaq is 3% away from new all-time highs, while Bitcoin is 3% away from new all-time highs. Like, I just made up the number, but it's something like that.
That's what we're doing now, Sissy.
Yeah, Nasdaq needs a 3% pump, and it puts new all-time high. Germany did it. Germany is in price discovery. Some charts are already in price discovery. Germany was first to do it. Now it's going to be probably America next, and France is lagging behind so much as usual. Yeah, I'm not sure if France will be able to go back in price discovery, but Germany is already there. Nasdaq is just 3% away, and at this point, if you want to wreck shorts, I guess there's a hurry to wreck shorts, yeah. And then we'll have to dump again, Maybe fill all these gaps or no.
Yeah. Galactic, yeah. If BTC makes that move, then I expect the alts to come down to their 50 on the daily. For everything but a handful of coins, the target for me is the 50 EMA on the daily. And some are already more than halfway there.
It's actually more bullish than continuing upward.
That's what I try to explain to people. I'm not being bearish here at all.
If you want to be bearish, you want this to just continue and trap huge longs at all-time highs and then probably reverse it down.
Yeah, let's reject off of all-time highs without confirming 100K and see what happens. That shit would probably cut right through 100K like butter coming down from those heights. What we want to do is retest 100K so that when we hit 110, we'll be thinking, damn, is it ever going to retrace back to 110? You know what I mean? We break through all-time highs so smooth that we're in the same situation we are now, but we're waiting for that retracement back to all-time highs.
It took COVID 140 days to go back to all-time high. Here, it's not been a month. Has it been a month? Yeah, it's been a month. Okay. It's been 30 days. So yeah, maybe this will really slow down and just go sideways now for like 3 months.
No. Not enough time to do that. Not enough time to do that.
On crypto, yeah, we're running out of time. But
yeah, we gotta go.
Before, actually, Germany is already in price discovery, so yeah, it wouldn't be the first shot to do it.
God, 3 months sideways at this point would be disastrous. The fact that we couldn't even come up and clear all of this vector to me shows weakness. Path was paved to come up and still have this rejection, but to come up to 104. At least we're leaving vectors on the way down, though. I'd be ecstatic to see red vectors all the way down to like 101K, and then a wick that comes down and taps 100K and eats itself up back up to 101. Nice big chunky stopping volume candle. And I'd be like, here, just take all my monies.
Turn around. Every now and then. Turn around.
The voice of an angel. It's being strangled. Can you let me finish?
Sorry. Sorry, dude. That's what you said? Bro, that is so funny. That's the story of my life. Like, yeah, the voice of an angel, thanks. You know, but nobody else finishes the statement. So I never hear the bad part. You ready to rip?
I'm talking with someone from Orange Finance with the cloud wallet ending. Like, can I import my private key from my cloud wallet to any other wallet?
Yeah.
But because it's a cloud wallet, maybe I can't get the private key, can I? And it would need to be which private key? This is liquidity.
Your seed phrase.
No, there's no seed phrase.
Then it's not
I mean,
custodial.
Yeah, it's the centralized exchange wallet. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna have your private keys. Those are their private keys. That's their crypto.
Yeah, exactly. So this guy is asking me my iCloud wallet address.
Who's this guy? Just some
You
random
know,
guy.
it's the project that hacked itself to go down and then got bought. What is your iCloud wallet address? I mean, I can give that. It's the public address, right?
Yeah, you're not giving anything by giving your public. Unless you want to keep your transactions.
Oh, no. You mean my Arbitrum public address? Well, it's the EVM address.
Yeah,
We can
would
only
just be,
whitelist new addresses and blacklist the old ones and activate a redeem for function on the contract to enable the new address claim on behalf of the old one.
Do you have important stuff in the wallet?
Yeah, but kinda. It's my Bybit account cloud wallet. Yeah.
Do you have just like a MetaMask, like a like a
Yeah, I
dummy
do.
wallet?
I also have a dummy wallet, but if I give him my dummy wallet, then he's not going to be able to do anything.
Do you have like a favorite pet or color?
All right. What is he going to do? This is my public key. I can give it.
No, I mean, it's like, so if he sends you something weird, like a scam coin or something, it would be better off sent to a wallet that doesn't have important assets.
Yeah, he could airdrop you something that messes with your IRS accounting or your taxes or whatever.
I mean, I don't know about the IRS, but if I had a wallet, that I had like a few $1,000s in or something, I wouldn't give the address to somebody with some, like, I didn't know what. I'd be like, yeah, send me. Like, I didn't know what they were sending me. I would just give them like a new MetaMask wallet address. But I mean, essentially, like, nothing can harm you if you don't interact with it.
yeah. The amount of garbage that I have in my wallets.
So with this cloud wallet ending, I'm using Explorer stuff to see the amount of garbage is crazy. When you look at transaction history, there's so many networks also. But what I got airdrop Bitcoins that are worth zero by the hundreds on very the transaction history on this cloud wallet is nuts. They tried to come up with hide fake stuff on Bybit, hide fake coins, but it might hide a bit too much.
You can
When
do
you
it
look at your
manually. What I use is DLP, Data Ownership Protocol. And what it lets you do is it lets you locker away certain funds. So you decide what to hide and what to show. And when somebody grabs your address and looks at your shit, they can only see what you want them to see. So I guess you could, in essence, just put all the bullshit into a locker and put it away somewhere. You wouldn't even see it anymore.
That's something else to consider. Like, if you have a lot of assets in there and you don't, whoever this person is, you don't want them to know, like, oh, I have a lot of money.
Yeah.
You don't want to become a
Public
target.
wallets and private wallets. You don't ever give away your public wallet. I mean, your private wallet. I mean, unless you're okay with giving, like, unless you're okay with handing everybody like your bank information, how much money you have, you know, people don't tend to be
How often
too
do you
happy
get
to
a
do
damn
that.
job?
What?
How often do you get a job? Because you always have to give them your account numbers.
Often do I get a job?
I'm just saying, to set up direct deposit, you got to give in your account information.
Yeah, I guess.
When you got to give employment information, just say you work for yourself. That's it.
And don't just be satisfied having the private wallet and then go ahead and start sending shit from your private wallet to your public wallet, because guess what's, I mean, from your public wallet to your private wallet, because guess what's not private anymore after that.
Make sure you get a physical, what were those things that were popular? One of those physical wallets that you can put it on so it'll break and you never recover it.
What?
Ledgers? Yeah, get a ledger. You could put it on the ledger and, in 5 years when it breaks, the joke will be on you. Is nobody familiar with ledgers?
Yeah, I just don't
I know what a
understand what
ledger
you're
is.
talking about. When what breaks? How does your ledger break?
Well, it's a physical device, right, with your keys and all the stuff.
Yeah, but it's just a key.
So that stuff breaks down.
It
Drives
can
and all that
malfunction.
stuff, they eventually break down.
It can malfunction.
You guys know anybody whose ledger malfunctioned and they lost all their funds?
Well, you don't lose all your funds because
Out of the millions that use Ledger, how many do we know that that's happened to?
a lot of people's ledgers got screwed up with a lot.
Exxon.
There's a lot of people that screwed, like, they might have damaged it, they might have, got it wet or who knows what. But even if that happens, if you lose it, you can still recover your funds without your ledger.
This is what I'm saying. It's not the end of the world. It's just another step.
Well, yeah, you just
Another
have to
step
give the
of
seed
security.
phrase. Like all cold wallets, cold storage wallets still have seed phrases.
Yeah, and a lot of people think that the wallets actually hold crypto. There's no crypto held on any devices. It's just you're getting access to operate on the blockchain with those.
That's true.
You can send the LP, then share the MetaMask public address. To whom?
Yeah, Galactic. You want to send it through a sex. You want to send it from your private wallet into from your public wallet into a sex into your private wallet. The trail gets lost in the centralized exchange.
Well, the central exchange, they can always narc on you if they want, though.
At that point,
Yeah.
at that point, you're screwed.
Oh, this guy is admin. Oh.
What'd you do, Zuzi?
Oh. Okay, so I move my OP. You can share it here or open. Okay. Okay, give me a minute. Give me a minute. I will move.
I guess the only real way to do it, you have to off ramp into cash and then back on ramp again with total new identity.
Yuck.
Yeah, that's the only real clean way to do it. Because when you stay in the digital, even with that, MIT did a 5-page report showing how Monero, you can still follow the trail through Monero. Anything in the digital realm is trailable, no matter what. No matter how much you try to mix it, when it's in the digital realm,
If you're just trying to
trace
keep your neighbor from knowing how much Bitcoin you have, 99.999% of the people that are going to look into your wallet aren't going to be able to make it past the centralized exchange. If the CIA wants you, or some world-class hacker wants you or something, then you're screwed anyways.
Well, no, but that's the thing. If you know your things, and if some hacker wants you, that's how you got to know how to make those bubbles. If you have to offload on cash, and protect whatever on ramp you have going back onto it. But that's the only buffer you can make is with cash, because that's, you know, everything else is digital.
If you end up with a lot of cash in your wallet, a lot of, or not cash, but crypto, people will start targeting it like for scams. That's a thing that, you know, like if you get up there like 100K or something, like you got to be careful.
Not even
You
about
want
the
to have like
scams, it's just the privacy of it. Right? Like you would never tell anybody how much money you have in the bank. Or I mean maybe you would, but I wouldn't. You know, it's like there's certain things that should be kept private.
Yeah, but once
One
you
is
get
for
it,
so that you're not targeted by friends, family, or foes.
I got no money in the bank. Makes it easy. You guys shouldn't target me.
I got no money, but the Fortune 500 wrote about me.
multi-sig, or is that what it's called? That's a good thing to have on your wallet.
Depends on who your
I'm
multi-sig is.
I'm tied up in the market.
Multi-sigs are good. The problem is you have to be able to trust who's on your multi-sig. Not that they can get the money without you, but they can keep you from getting your shit if they want to.
Yeah,
So that's one of those things where it's like, you know, okay, let's go. I need your signature. I need your part of the seed phrase so that I can get. And it's like, yeah, nah. How about no?
I just did it with like 2 different wallets of my own.
Oh, with yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vaults are pretty good. That give you like time vaults, so you can't make when you make a transaction, even you're delayed 2 days. So, you know, that kind of might suck if you have a scenario where you really need a panic sell or do something. But if you want security, that's the best way. You give a time device, a time vault device. So even you can't access your own crypto. It takes 2 days to get in. That way, you can see if someone is trying to get in. You have 2 days to get that. You know, you're going to get an email, get this, get that, whatever. But you have a 2-day buffer, and I think that's really important. Coinbase has that with vaults.
Nah,
I never knew there was a locker to make things private.
Yeah, look up DOP. DOP is really good. It's an easy protocol to use on EVM. You can make all your shit private. And then there's certain like my Tangent card, you know, it's a known thing that Tangent card has a stealth wallet where you can have a side account. Right? So like if anybody gun to the head, you know, kidnapping sort of situation, forcing you to go in and open your shit, you could always go to like the side wallet and not give them everything.
I got like 20 wallets. I'll go through like 18 of them. I got nothing.
Man, I would drive them so dizzy with seed phrases, they'll just get frustrated and leave. But nah, they don't have private security collected. You've seen these crypto events. How many of these guys you seen walking around with private security? These streamers have more private security than some crypto billionaires do. They're just walking around like shit is sweet, man. They've been living in this crypto bubble where everybody's friends and everybody's got money, and they forget that there's a real world out there full of wolves that know about crypto now. It's not like how it used to be.
And most of the cold storage wallets now, or I don't know if it's always been a thing, you can add, how many is there's 24 keys or 12?
You can add an extra,
you can
yeah.
add an extra phrase.
Mm-hmm. There's some that let you
I
actually
heard,
come up with the phrase too, where it's not from a list of words that already exist.
yeah. And some people like don't write that one down and just use the same word for each wallet, but don't write it down anywhere. And so no one knows that there's an extra word.
If I was to ask everybody right now to quietly in their head recite their main wallet seed phrase, how many of you could actually do it?
I could do it. I've been preaching brain wallets for like 5 years. So my
I've
main wallet.
I've
I
got
use that.
one. I've only got one, but I've got one. I've got the important one.
Yeah, same here. Just one. But yeah, there are ways to do it so you can make like a little rhyme or something, but it's dangerous when you program your own words, because if you thought of it, it's could be someone else close to you might know what you're thinking of. So that's why sometimes random's better.
Yeah, my passwords, and it's different than seed phrases. But just to show you like how tight the security culture is, like there's a mathematical equation involved with my passwords. So unless anybody wants to know what that is, and it's not written down anywhere, it's just in my head, they're gonna have a tough time.
Yeah, I make things rhyme, and that's how I remember them. Even if they have no rhyme, like each word, I'll just say it with its whatever I think it rhymes with, and that helps me memorize it better.
Seed phrases are funny. If you're lucky, you can get a little story going. You know what I mean? Like, you can kind of get like a little story going that helps you memorize it if you're lucky, if you got some good ones. Why'd you have to remind me of that, Galactic? I still don't remember that pattern. You know that? That shit is gone forever, bro.
And don't copy and paste your seed phrase.
Don't save it in the cloud. Don't. Yeah.
I keep hearing people
Actually,
say they
saving it
do
in the
that.
cloud could be a good plan.
I like an offline phone. I like a phone that's not connected with stuff saved in the notes and pictures, but a completely offline phone as a backup.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that idea. Just like never connected, or some people are like, don't turn it on. Well,
Nope.
that's
Just brand new phone. Or, I mean, an old one that you don't need anymore. Clear it. Take the SIM card out. Don't connect it to Wi-Fi ever. Yeah, or a laptop. But don't throw your laptop away. You don't want to be like that guy.
I mean, but even if you throw your laptop away, as long as you got your seed phrase somewhere stored, you're good.
Well, any number of things has to go wrong for me to, knock on wood, but for me to lose all my seed phrase, like, I'm talking metal, paper, security boxes. I mean, like, I've covered it all. I still think nothing really beats that titanium stamp, stamped right into metal.
Etch it or engrave it.
And then use the banks for the one thing that they're still good for, which is security, Unless you can provide the same security that they provide at a major bank, but those vaults are still good for something.
Yeah, if anybody
Web3 is so OP. So I'm moving ETH from my Bybit Cloud wallet to another wallet. It asks me for two-factor authentication. I get an email where I have my security code. I have my authenticator. I put the number. I press validate, and then you get that error message. Something went wrong. And you look at your wallet, and the coins are gone. Like, literally nothing went wrong.
They told you something went wrong.
How are you supposed not to stress? Like, it's not the first time it happened, so I'm not stressed. I know the thing, like, it's just a UI glitch where the previous error is still shown when the transaction goes. And when I look at Explorer and transaction history, I see my transaction. It's like, but as long as they don't solve this, as long as they don't solve this, Web3 is useless. It's just too scary. I mean, imagine someone moving like really
good. Good. I need at least 2 more cycles of it being scary.
Yeah, I was gonna say keep it scary a little bit longer.
I need 2 more cycles of it being scary so we can keep our edge. And then they can go ahead and simplify it to where grandma can jump on with no problems.
And email authentication is kind of it's a security risk because someone can get into your email. Same with text authentication.
Mm-hmm.
Everything, the more authentication you got, the better it is. It's all up to you how secure those devices are, because you can be very secure even with the email. As long as you did the proper protocols to secure your email account, that's fine.
I think the problem is that people mix everything, right? And you can't do that. Like, that it shouldn't be going to your, those things shouldn't be going to your regular email that everybody knows. Your easily targetable email. You know what I mean?
I mean, they shouldn't even be going digitally anywhere, basically. So when you're doing like DeFi to DeFi transactions, like there should be nothing, no information about you involved. It's just your wallet. That's the only thing that they need to know, your wallet ID, and that's it. And if you're doing emails and stuff like that, you're doing it wrong. That's not Web3.
If a company even asks you for your email, they're not a Web3 company.
Exactly.
They're role playing. You know how many of these Web3 pages I've gone to and they've got like Google sign-ins? Like, bro.
Yeah, it's like if you're Web3, I should be able to attach my wallet. You do not need to know any of my emails. You do not know jack about
You're a
me.
Web2 company marketing to people who believe in Web3 is what you are. That's why I like ICP, bro. Even like I said, I'm not holding it, but everything on chain is literally on chain. Everything on their network is on chain. Pretty impressive.
All right, so you guys done dumping right now? Because I'm about to buy some more right here. Get a little buy right here. Yep. Buying some Doge right here, 0.2286.
No, Connor, because the only thing on the card is that NFC chip that connects it to your app, right? So they would need the card and the app, and they need you for the password.
I'm all in. Let's go. Doge to the moon.
Is it like counter trading Bitcoin right now or something?
No, man. I'm just happy to buy this little.
No, I'm saying is Doge trending like counter to, because Bitcoin's going
No,
down.
it's moving. It's moving 1-to-1 right now.
He's just FOMOing. It's all right.
Get some
I mean, this
caffeine.
isn't
I'll
a
be right
FOMO.
back.
I'm buying on a little dippy. That's not a FOMO. FOMO would have been buying on the pump.
Can I send him the transaction rbscan thingy? rbscan.io transaction detail. There's no security risk in there in that
And
either. Right?
transaction ID is fine. That's all you have to give is the transaction ID.
If it can help. Well, it's just out there on the blockchain, so there's no. Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can get a little turnaround right here. Okay, Bitty Bitcoin, where you at? 103,000. I have a feeling we're gonna get some buys right down here. I think these straight drops are much better to have like these quick little retracements. These actually dig in and form support to help support this, this Bitcoin to stay above 103, I think. As long as we just use it as little daddy long leg and wick it back up. Right now we're back above 103. Start retesting that previous support as resistance at 103.4. And then we're going to be back in the range. If you can get back in that range, it shows that the market makers do not, or well, it's not even maybe market makers are just pumping their brakes a little bit right now, but I think the bulls are still trying to push this to the all-time high.
That's why the stream has the title it does: BTC 100K retest versus FOMO vibes. It really is just trying to break this FOMO, bro. It's like they broke the FOMO enough to keep price from going up, right? There wasn't enough FOMO to put in above this resistance, but there is, or there has been enough FOMO to keep people from selling their Bitcoin.
Dbloc, the FOMO is downward. People are FOMOing.
People are scared to sell because they think this is going to be at all-time highs when they wake up and they're going to miss out. That's the vibe that I'm getting.
That's what I'm scared of selling for.
Not on buy, but in America, I think that's why I'm missing. This is partial information. I'm missing a lot of stuff here. That's why, I guess. But probably on Coinbase, people are hitting market buy like hell. They FOMO'd. But on Binance, that's really not what's happening at this top. People are just selling into it. And we've seen a few big buys, but overall people are selling. Yet prices continuing to pump.
Maybe that's
it was like that. Drew, it was like that at 90K. It was like that at 95K. It's still like that here.
It's CZ dumping, man. He got a big bag he's trying to dump.
Well, CZ would absorb the buys. He wouldn't mark it out, right? I mean, maybe he also markets. I don't know, but
CZ only markets when he's selling FTT's going. He only markets when he's trying to crush Sam.
Yeah, I still can't believe he did that, man. That was so dirty.
Yeah, Neve, we want vectors on the way down. I would love to see red vectors all the way down to 100K. But our bearish target is this channel, right? That's 101.5. That's our first step. If this demand doesn't hold, then we can start looking at 100K, but take it step by step. We haven't broken support yet. We break structure when we come down under 120, 128. It's obscenely hot in Miami tonight.
100 degrees?
Feels like, but no, probably not.
Maybe like 106, maybe like 110 degrees.
There it gets muggy, man. It's like all humid.
That's what it is the humidity. It's like 83, but it feels like 95.
Actually, got a lot of family in Miami that I don't talk to.
It's 54 degrees.
See, that's nice. That's my vibe right there.
Yes.
Mid 50s to like mid 70s. That's my range.
Hoodie weather.
Yep.
Really? And you moved to Miami? And that's
Yeah, I know. I make it make sense. I know.
So hot there.
Yeah, my
Do
favorite
you speak
weather in New York.
Spanish?
Yeah.
Early fall is my favorite weather in New York.
Yeah, it's the best, bro. Hoodie weather is the best. Hoodie weather just cold enough where everybody else is wearing jackets. Like right at that edge. Like warm in the hoodie, but can't feel your face from the cold.
if there's no vector on the 1 minute, would you expect it to roll over, or does that matter? Like, because there's a vector on the 15.
No, I mean, what's important is that we broke momentum on the 5. We still have mean reversion, and there's vectors up to the mean reversion. So the question is, how far
I
up
get
do
that.
they go to grab this 50? This to me looks like it's gonna roll over. It's just gonna be a slow bleed. For the bulls out there that are trying to keep hope alive, if this recovers back up to the top, then you have another higher low fractal that you can build off of. But I don't have a lot of faith for that. I'll draw it out if we get back up to SR flip.
If this, then this. Oh yeah. Bulls on top.
I hate Web3. Honestly, I'm done with it.
You were just
Off
singing
focus.
the praises of it a second ago.
No, I'm done with Web3. The guy tells me I have liquidity positions I don't even know about. He's like, you should move that too, and I don't see it in the wallet. And what the hell is this? OSIC PCS WETH USDC.
How much is it? Is it
1.2? I mean, it's. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is. So I don't know how much it's worth. But it's 1.2 ETH. It's not. I mean, it is nice. And for me,
Is
it's
it a
nice.
scam drop? Is it an airdrop scam?
not if it's 1.2 ETH? That's worth getting, whatever it is.
Yeah. Of course. But it got hacked. And they gave it back. So
It's
no,
not a
but this
good
orange
sign.
finance is really cool.
It's
No,
not a
honestly,
good
it's
sign.
no, it is. It is like it's a bit. I mean, on Bybit gets hacked. I don't lose money. I did this staking ETH stuff on Orange Finance, and congrats to them. They get hacked. I don't lose money. I have my money. I don't know how Bybit does it. They get hacked, but you don't lose money.
Bybit has a lot of money, is what it is, to cover these.
Yeah, this is really
Bybit's
OP.
war
Like
chest
honestly,
is really big.
honestly, congrats to them, because me, I considered it was lost when the news that Orange Finance got hacked. It's got nothing to do with the ETH hack on Bybit, by the way. But these guys, someone leaked the private key of the main contract, liquidity providing on Uniswap, with options, and it's very complex stuff going on. But whatever it is, it's like plus it tries to follow price plus or minus 10% on ETH. And yeah, I got hacked at one point. My ETH was gone, but I got it back. But now there's a new problem. Bybit is stopping the cloud wallet, and the way they pay back the hack is through liquidity positions that are time locked. So I only got 50% back, and there's another
Locked until how long?
Well, the next unlock is the 1st of June, but Bybit wallet ends on 30 May. So I need to change address. I'm talking with support of this company and they're doing a great job. I gave him my new wallet address, and he moved everything. And he's like, "Hey, you forgot to move this." I'm like, "Okay, what the hell is it?" Honestly, I don't know what it is. It's SIC PCS.
Move it and sell it, bro.
I can't move it if I don't even have the token address, right? Like I don't know what it is. Because the rewards, you claim them on Merkle. I know that, but when I go on Merkle,
You
there's
probably
zero rewards.
have to download a blockchain that you don't have downloaded. Meaning the coins are in your wallet, but you can't access them. Do you have to import? Do you have to manually import chains?
Yeah.
Ask him if he
I'm gonna ask
knows.
him.
Ask him if he knows what chain it's on, and then go in the wallet and make sure that blockchain's imported. If not, you have to import it, and then your money will be there.
Do you have the Arbitrum chain imported on your wallet?
I asked the guy to send me the token address, so I add it on my wallet, so I see it, and then I can move it to the new wallet. And these are, yeah, I think it's rewards, unclaimed rewards I'm moving.
Yeah, I think so, Verderi, but we have a couple of supports to break before we get there. 1028, 1022. Just remember that support is support until it's not. So until we break this demand zone right here, we're just still stuck in this ascending wedge.
To be honest about the hacks, I just feel like I'm so lucky. I saw so many people get hacked by Voyager, really lose their money, and then they partially got back a bit of money. Then people who were trading on FTX got completely robbed. And me, I just got so lucky because it's just luck between these projects that get hacked and
it's a little bit of your
exchanges that
paranoia
get
too,
hacked.
though, right? Because it's not like you necessarily dabble in super sketchy shit. So being a little bit more careful probably paid off.
Well, I did the research when choosing the exchange. Like, yeah, I didn't go on FTX, I guess, but I could have gone on FTX too. Right?
Yeah, I'll be
A bit
honest
of
with you.
luck
I
too.
can't tell you why I didn't go on FTX. I had the app downloaded. I never sent any money over there, and then Sam just started smelling fishy after a while. And I was like, I don't know.
I wonder if this is worth anything.
I thought you said it was worth what, like 1.2 ETH?
No, well, that I moved. The ETH liquidity
Oh,
position
I
moved.
thought that position you didn't know about was worth that much.
Well, I don't know how. Well, it's this is also 1.2, but it's not ETH. It's OSIC PCS W ETH USDC.
Let's see how much it's worth. Pull up the chart.
There's no chart. You I can send you the token address if you want to try.
There's no. How is there no chart? It's not tradable.
No, it's not tradable.
Oh,
It's
okay.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's well, it's a position.
Yeah,
I
I got you.
It's probably tradable, but it's a token representing a position on a set of positions on Strike. Actually, I don't know what it is.
I got you. I thought it was like a reward token that you got from some.
Can you pull up swap in your wallet? Like if you pull up swap, you can do you don't have to go through with the swap, and then you can just like do your token and then ETH, and like it'll show you how much you would get.
Mm. It says no data found when I try to look for a chart, like view on chain market and all. It just doesn't. It just doesn't find anything.
If you go in your wallet and like just try to do a swap, and just like pull up like the token and then ETH, or I don't know what chain it's on.
It's on Arbitrum.
So swap it for, I don't know, do you swap it for Arbitrum or I think it's still ETH, right? And then just like click all or whatever, and then see how much ETH you'd get for it.
Well,
Or
I'll be right back,
the
guys.
other
I gotta
token,
run for a second.
the other token I know exactly, but this one I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the counter position or something that represents rewards. Whatever. I took too much time with. I'm sure people don't care that much about this orange finance stuff. In the
Can you just
meantime,
do
we
a
got
swap
people still
in
pressing
your wallet?
sell. Sorry?
Yeah. I just said, can you just do a swap in your wallet, or you can't see it at all?
No, there's no.
Okay, I get it.
I don't know
Alright,
what it is. It's it's an
alright,
ERC token that represents something, but it's not tradable.
okay.
Well, there's probably a website, an app where you can exchange this token for something. And I think that website is strike.xyz.
I've never heard of that.
Well, you can check it out. It's a very complex thingy where you can provide liquidity to Uniswap, SushiSwap, PancakeSwap, stuff like that. But you can also manually trade options there. It's
Oh.
options. It's options trading. I think.
Oh, that's interesting. What do you think? It looks like we're rolling over again.
When I look at the transaction history, it says risk high. It's like sent to unknown risk high. But that's myself. It's my MetaMask. Like it tags me as risky. Contract interaction with unknown risky. Everything is risky.
Some coins will say that just if it's like a small coin. And I'm trying to think of how to phrase it. So like some coins. I mean, I've seen a coin that's like 100 million market cap or something. You know, something like Gun being labeled high risk. I don't have Gun in a wallet, but something along that lines that I knew was legitimate.
Just then use the D apps on CeLo to accept whitelist for your new address on the contract. What is CeLo? CELO. Well, it's really very complex. When you import MetaMask seed phrase to a wallet, the wallet's security is a risk, right?
What exactly do you mean?
Well, what if there's a Trojan in that extension of the wallet? You know, what if there's a virus in it? Like it could literally steal your seed phrase.
Oh, is it a wallet on your computer? Like your browser extension? I mean, there's always security risks, like on your phone. You know, you could have some kind of malware. On PCs, there's a lot more malware now that target browser extensions, wallet browser extensions. So no matter where you import your wallet, you know, there's security risks. Cold storage, I guess, technically is like the most secure. It, if when it's not connected to the internet. If you have a PC, I mean, I would say even with a Mac, you want to have like antivirus, anti-malware software for sure, and like keep it.
Well, all right. So let me explain you. Right now, I have to deactivate my antivirus for all of this to work because the whole thing is tagged security risk by Avast. so how to put it? That's what Web3 is at the moment. If you're
Do
using
you have to do you have to deactivate it, or
yeah,
can
it
you just like
blocks.
click allow? Like we'll just
There's
like
some.
allow.
There are some servers, Web3 servers, that are blacklisted by antiviruses, so you kind of have to either whitelist those addresses or just completely deactivate the thing. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Oh,
In
you have.
particular, when it's I forgot. Well,
Wait, what are you? I thought you were just importing a seed phrase. What are you trying? What are you doing?
Where the bulls at?
No, it's just I don't like the end of the conversation where he wants me to use a CeeLo app wallet. I'm like, what's that? So I told him I'd rather not use a new wallet. I can execute it on contract level with MetaMask. How do you manually create a transaction on MetaMask? I need to sign, just to sign myself. Get whitelisted. Oh boy.
You're trying to, what are you trying to whitelist?
My MetaMask. It's just that the CeeLo wallet has a functionality to do that, like there's a button, while there isn't on MetaMask. Click on the whitelist prompt on the dashboard and sign on chain.
What waitlisting, I think, is when you approve an address that you can interact with. Like, is that what you're
Yeah,
trying to do?
it's just a signature, yeah. Like
And so
normally there's no
you,
gas fees or anything.
I feel like it usually like automatically prompts you when you try to interact with it.
You know, if ETH moves right now, I'm screwed because my liquidity positions cannot be settled. So you can get, yeah, this is a bit of an issue. I gotta solve this pretty quickly. I mean, it's at plus or minus 10%, so I guess that should be okay. Unless we drop too much or pump too much. Well, if it drops 10% or pumps 10%, it sells and buys stuff. So wait, what's ETH doing? It just moved down 2%. Okay, so it wouldn't have activated. And it moved up. Oh, whatever. But okay, this all works now. It lost 10% though. It's 1.1 ETH now, not 1.2. Oh, well, I guess it'll come back. Yeah, probably. I don't know what they did. They manually moved stuff. The devs, they did this manually, and I guess they had to close some positions and up.
Your transaction worked? Is that
Yeah.
my dog's
No,
working?
yeah. I think now it's signed and it's all working, and I see my ETH with my MetaMask now, which is kind of cool.
Oh,
And
nice.
yeah, took me an hour, but it works. Well, it seems to work. I
Yeah,
did
there's.
lose 0.1 ETH though.
Oh.
Well, yeah. Maybe
There's,
they'll
yeah,
come
there's
back.
kind of a learning curve to it, like when you first start using them, doing transactions. Wait, one ETH? That was a big gas fee or slippage, I guess.
No, it's it's probably temporary. This thing is really complex. It's interesting to learn what liquidity providing is actually, but it's probably temporary. It's because
Oh,
when
did you do a
when
test
the
transaction
address,
of 0.1?
I'm gonna guess when the address changed, they had to close all the current positions and reopen them, and so the maybe my positions were more unbalanced on the sell side. So because price has just gone up on ETH recently, the liquidity providing algorithm was probably selling on the way up. Well, because price moved even much more than 10% up, so it was selling. So I had more ETH, less USDC, right? And now that it settled, well, it closed everything and reopened. I have less ETH because it probably rebalanced itself at current price. So it probably, yeah, it took a loss basically in ETH, but a win in USDC.
That makes sense with everything dumping.
No, pumping. No, everything is pumping. This is a. It's at plus or minus 10%. It follows price by 10% above and below the algorithm. So ETH just pumped 150% or whatever it did. So that algorithm probably is out of the game, right? Well, it pumped too much. Liquidity providing
Okay.
is profitable when price is really range bound and you were able to set it up correctly.
MetaMask too, it's like it's not great at like updating. I don't the wallet's not always like 100% accurate on the price. Especially depending on the asset. I'm glad you got your ETH.
Well, it's not ETH anymore. It's position. It's buy and sell positions. But it can be redeemed for ETH, basically.
Okay.
But it's not ETH anymore. It's something else.
I'm glad you got your money.
So now I'm blacklisted. Now this is the funny part. The old wallet now got blacklisted. So when I go on Strike, it says purchases have been disabled for a security precaution. For more information, please refer to the announcement blog. Because Strike also got hacked recently, but that's another hack again. I think so the way they go with resuming operations is everybody is blacklisted, and you only people whitelisted can trade. And so now my address is blacklisted because I'm not supposed to use this one anymore. So I can't go look at history and see what happened exactly and why I lost 0.1 ETH. Actually, I should have checked before doing all this, because I could even have manually closed some like I could have chosen myself which options to keep and which ones to exercise or to well, I'm not sure of what I say, but so I think I could have done it manually. Yeah, I'm on that Twitter, and trading is actually disabled, so I couldn't have done anything anyway. Oh, however, we have whitelisted addresses where we'll execute trades to help sustain LP premium earnings. It's premiums on liquidity positions. And the exploit wasn't on Strike, it was on margin 0, whatever that is. And they're working on a new version to, well, patch the exploit. But this has nothing to do with Orange Finance, it's Strike UI issue. Well, I think I'm happy. I did the hardest. I think this project was probably the hardest one to move. Now there's another 5 or 6 to move. Stuff like ArtFi. I don't know if you ever heard of that. I think it went to 0, so it's dead anyway. But I got rewarded $100 worth of that thing. It wasn't small, but I never got the airdrop, so I guess it was a scam. And then I did some research yesterday, starting to try to see what has happened, and I think the coin is dead, so that one I'll just ignore. But they owe me an airdrop, and from what I understand, it's a project that moved chain. And when they moved on Sui, so it's on Sui now. Well, a year ago it moved to Sui, but me, I didn't pay attention. And I was supposed a year ago to give them my Sui address so that they moved so that they did the airdrop at TGE on that new Sui chain. Something like that. And now when you go to their website, you can't do it anymore. So I guess I'm supposed to open a ticket, ask for the airdrop, and well, so like it's gonna be an hour to get it. I might just pass because when you look at that one has price, it dumped 99%. So maybe it's not worthwhile spending an hour anymore. But it was $100 when I got the airdrop. Well, I never got the airdrop, but Bybit told me I would get $100 of this. 111 or something like that. And it was worth like $1 when it got released. So, you know, the way they note it is they tell you you're gonna get airdropped $50 token name. That's not $50. That's 50 of the token. Yeah. But there's some matic stuff going on. I need to move. Solana is easy. And mental. Oh, mental. Oh, no, no. Oh, well, mental is going to be a headache because of the YT Etana staked. Actually, I don't have enough time to do it because there's when you unstake, you don't get the money immediately, right?
It depends on the protocol. You know, they're all different. I mean, it's unstaking. It could be like 9 days or immediately, or I think it could be like 30 days.
It's 21 days in this case. Because I have Etana sats. Yeah, by locking USDE liquidity on merchant Moe, I earned Etana sats, which I can redeem on ETH chain for ENA tokens. But the thing is locked, and I'm on the interface right now, and it says available to withdraw 21 days after unlocking.
You've been doing all different kinds of stuff.
I'm doing the bear market. I spent a lot of time with all these stuff, yeah. And honestly, Etana is one of the best airdrops I got. That thing was really amazing. And well, I had mental staked for like 6 months on Etana, so I guess that's why it feels better than all the other airdrops. But this one was good. And the other best is TIA, Tars AI. I mean that's quite remarkable. It's as if and it's what I got. I had a big loss on Bybit at that moment, and then I went on doing Web3 reward stuff. It's as if the Bybit algorithm knew I had lost a lot on leverage, and it's like, all right, we're gonna give him a nice airdrop. He lost a lot, and that thing actually paid like, well, 1/10 of the loss, I guess, something like that. But Parse AI did amazing. It did its typical pump and dump, but me, I didn't sell. I didn't do anything during the pump. I didn't follow it too much. But then, when it made its new all-time high there, I sold it. TIA.
The sooner you unstake, the sooner you get it. Your sats. Are you getting like with your sats staked, or I don't know if that are you like getting more? Is an APR like I don't know, like a 5% APR or something?
I love Web3. So, you know, he told me to download Celo extension wallet, right? I go on the Chrome web store, and instead of, well, just downloading the thing, I check. It says this extension is not available anymore because it doesn't respect the good practices concerning Chrome extensions. Oh, that's a red flag. Maybe it's just not updated, or... So yeah, I'd rather not import my seed phrase into this extension. It's all security risk. All these wallets, all of this is just security risks. It's nothing else. We trust MetaMask, and I guess that's it. Okay, maybe a few others, but there's like hundreds of wallets now.
I would just use MetaMask. Who is this guy?
Well, it's the guy who helped me. It's the dev from Orange that helped me move my funds. I'm sure it's safe. There's probably nothing in it, but I'd rather not. Like, I have a wallet already. Why install a new one on the same computer? Would it be useless?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't use like some. I've never heard of that wallet. I mean, like it could be okay, but I wouldn't risk it. Like, and I mean, I use well-known wallets like MetaMask, Trust Wallet, Coinbase Wallet.
But the thing is, it's old. So Celo was, I think, was a good wallet, but now it's old and it got replaced by Well Done Wallet. That's a funny name. And there was a migration from Celo Wallet to Well Done Wallet that happened in June 2024. So yeah, it's a mess. Web3 is such a mess.
Yeah, I mean, wallets are. I feel like wallets are imperfect. They.
The dev is in South Korea. That's kind of cool. At least it's not North Korea, it's South Korea.
Yeah, that would be a red flag. It would be a big red flag.
I mean, when you have to shut off your antivirus just to make Web3 work anyway, yeah. I'm okay trading with North Koreans, I guess. No problem.
Oh gosh.
But yeah,
I
no,
think
on the Chrome Web Store, you can see the address of the company that's developing this, and it's in South Korea.
yeah, I mean that's fine. Yeah.
All right, Bitcoin, what are you doing here? Bit of well, not much. How about ETH?
Do you think it's bouncing? Can you do
I don't
some
know about
TA for
I don't know about Bitcoin, but ETH, you had a parallel channel downward that got respected 4 times to the downside and 4 times to the upside, and then we recently broke upward that parallel downward. We reached the 441 fib, so not quite golden pocket, but pretty close. Half. I mean, this is just a 15-minute, right? Like ETH got rejected at the golden pocket of its whole down move from 4,000 to 1,400, but it's just a weak and slow rejection we're seeing. Nothing major, It's the initial taking profit at this level. I'm pretty confident we'll attempt again that high eventually, but first it's cooling off a bit, coming back down to the mean. finding support around the 200 EMA, wicking a bit below it, but roughly we're on the 15-minute average. And so we break out that parallel downward, and what did we just do? We came back down to retest the breakout of the downward angular, which, by the way, gave you a better entry than actually playing the breakout. Because if you played the breakout, you long the 2600. If you play the retest, well, you long the 2570. Now with the time to react and all, probably you more end up with a long from 2580, 2580. Yeah. And stop loss is you don't want to get back inside that channel. Like if we start trading below the previous low while we're back in the channel, we could just go straight to the angular support, I guess, which would put a lower low, and that would give me an ABC to then go long at 2550 on the way back up. Hopefully, if this is gonna dump and get back inside the channel, it's not gonna go too far lower than 2550. So I have a good risk to reward entry on a long. But I don't really need a long on ETH, by the way. But I mean, for scalping, just scalping ETH. But that's it from me on ETH. Breakout
You got a
retest.
request. You got a request. Someone in the chat said XRPTA. I don't know if you want to do that.
XRP. I don't. The problem with XRP is I don't own any, so I'm not gonna be biased enough to do TA on it. It's behind. Same stuff as ETH, but on the daily. Just every trader is watching that downward angular. You connect $3.3 that happened in January with the lower high that happened in March, gives you a downward slope that we just broke upward. If we hold the retest of that breakout, that would mean staying above 244. I mean, maybe you could catch a long there, but it's way too late to go long. So the only interesting trade is going to be more a downward trade, but that's too early because we haven't reached resistance at 284 yet, so I just wouldn't trade it too much. But yeah, the idea is to buy when you see downward ABCs, and more like to sell when you see upward ABCs. There is no upward ABC. We're just in a A. There's no B down yet on XRP. So I would need this to start dropping, create some weakness, break the upward angular this time. So, it would need to start trading again below 228, which is like only 10-15% lower, right? Like, I'm not asking for huge weakness, right? After that, I would need it to again climb back up, put a new high, and then maybe I can think about catching a swing short on it. Now, if we just continue rising, I would be interested around $3 in trying to catch a short, yeah. And for longs, this is exactly like 3, buy below 2, sell at 5. Although I don't think XRP is going to reach 5. But yeah, it's a bit the same numbers as 3. It found support below $2. Actually, it went to 162, right, on a wick. On the 21st of May, XRP will probably be here. Well, at 240. Just random crystal ball thought. It would be beautiful. Touch the cross on next Tuesday or Wednesday. Now, if we zoom in,
Where do you think it's gonna be on Tuesday or Wednesday?
around still in this area. Wednesday 21st. Well, yeah, just 10% lower, maybe. It still would be the same up move since 5th of April. No, that's really the trade to catch here. Is things have been going up since 5th of April. Eventually, that's going to change. If there's enough signs that help us catch that trade, that we should take them. And I guess on XRP, you have a double top at 265. That could have been a short entry. On the smaller time frames, right? You have like a double top to go with, at least. Well, yeah, at least something to go with. On Bitcoin, we don't really have a double top. We have a lower high. Although, it's a double top too. Which is about a bit on bigger time frames. It's also a double top. XRP, is around its golden pocket of the down move, like ETH, which is 255. I'd long 234, I guess, somewhere there. I'd probably start being interested in longs, and I'd still wait for 280 and above to be interested in shorts. Here it's like, well, it is a good area to stop pumping and come back down, but it's too late. It's too late too long. That's definitely too late too long. And it's probably too early to short, so I wouldn't. Oh, I'd just wait. Yeah. Wait and see if it drops. If it drops enough, but doesn't come back below 234, then yeah, maybe somewhere there you could see a nice reaction to the upside. And if it continues pumping, well, we're gonna reach bigger time frame resistances. Which starts at 270, 280, somewhere there.
You think Bitcoin's gonna roll over? It doesn't have a volume stopping candle.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just going sideways above 100K. As long as that's true, it's gonna be choppy. Good for scalps or good for. And we're kind of waiting to see if the up move is sustained. If there was a point in going back to all-time highs, basically people got scared with Trump's actions and other stuff, and now that they feel it's not going to be as crazy as he was saying, well, price is just coming back to where it was. But we need the answer on if stability is gonna be there.
Oh, guys, got some news. House Democrats demand U.S. Treasury reports on Trump's crypto ventures, citing concerns about potential misuse of political fundraising and foreign influence seeking.
As Wiz Khalifa once said, you know what time it is? Black and yellow. Black and yellow. I believe this might be the reckoning, or the rightening, whichever way you're looking at it. Let's see what happens. Is it fear of missing out or fear of getting out? FOMO versus FOGO. Here we go, though. Wodo.
That's cool. FOGO. I never heard of that. Fear of
getting out. Oh, yeah, FOGO.
Oh, people are not fearful of getting out. They've been hammering sells.
Well, they might be in a short. They want to close it. I mean, you know, hypothetically. Who knows?
Quickly up, slowly sideways. Well, people are TPing. This has to end with a massive buy. No. Then we'll see if it fails or not. We might have seen it today, that massive buy. When New York opened, there was like a 500 Bitcoin market buy on Binance. It's not massive, but no, actually it's small.
That's big stuff where I'm playing with.
Yeah, I know, but by massive buy, I mean a candle that with increased volume on the daily compared to what we saw at the bottom of at 74k. If you look a bit at volume distribution in this up move, actually I didn't check it precisely. I should. But if you look at volume distribution, there's nothing in this up move. Like it was easy to pump. Volume-wise, it was really easy to pump. Most of the volume was at 74k, so people hammered sells like hell down there. Yet, I mean, it managed to bring price down, of course, but it didn't. Enough buyers bought at 74k. That's like the last big battle we've seen. It happened, more like around 78k average, right? But the lowest
I've been
point
battling the whole time.
74. Now, where is the big battle at the top? Like, I don't think we've seen it yet.
Oh, the battle's the whole way.
Now, we don't need to have a battle. We could just have a small...
I mean, I spend my time on the 15-second chart. You know what I'm saying? That's a big battle there.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm waiting for. Maybe
That next candle. I hear you.
Stuff like 5th of December, where there's a big battle happening. I like to trade those big battle days. Here, it's like, yeah, I mean, price moved up, we're in profit, so people are selling. Okay, cool, but doesn't tell me what's the next direction.
TBD, TBD. To be determined.
Profit-taking patterns going on.
We're up, we're down, we're all around. Somebody make some sense of what the hell's going on. Oh, I see a big buy, 237, rounded up to 238 on the BTC. GRTD. Let's go. That was just one, though. Let's get another one. A dozen one. A million and one. Hey, where the bulls at? Where the bulls? Doubles. I'm getting a lot of tricky wiki action.
These green candles get me, I really feel like if we are to go to 98, it's so stupid because it's just gonna be bought. Like, we're just gonna leave a wick down to like 95, 98K, and it's gonna be bought up like hell. So it feels so stupid to do it that I don't think it's gonna do it, actually. And
go to 98?
That's probably a mistake, yeah.
You're bullish. I like to hear that. Oh, yeah.
But 98K wouldn't even be, it would still be very high,
Oh, yeah.
If this trend reverses,
I want to get real high. Real high.
It'll come down more like to, below 92.
What's your favorite number?
85. I bought 85, so 85 is my favorite number.
Oh, that's BTC?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I just meant like your favorite number in general.
Oh. I don't have a favorite number.
My favorite number is 69.
How about 12?
I like that one
right.
too.
I'll say 12. Let's say 12.
Hey, 12 times 5 plus 9 is 69. What's up? Math. Hashtag math.
I like the 42 stuff.
Oh, yeah. 42. Big 42, yeah. Okay. Oh, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Hey, trying to fake out. Catch me on that takeout. Whew. I'll let you, boy. Turn around. Oh, yeah. Every now and then I buy and go a little bit longer. Turn around. Voice of an angel. Being strangled. Polish. All right. Whoa. Whoa. Where are we going to go? I think China's out there playing games. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, where the bulls at? The bulls? Where? The bulls.
The bulls are just enjoying their life. Not
Oh, I'm
watching
enjoying my
DeFi.
life right now. Doubles. Oh, yeah, doubles. Doubles. Doubles.
I'll be back.
I think we just turned a bear into a bull. I think that's what we did. Good job, team. Doubles. We're the bulls. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. Don't let these little bitty games fakey or shaky. You outie went outie. Turn around. Every now and then we pump a little bit higher. Who's ready to pump? Who's ready to dump? Pumpers only. Pumpers only. Hey, be careful here. Remember your fundamentals. Live free, die hard. Come on, Betty. Do that thing. Do that thing, Betty. Oh yeah. Hey, my bad, Nebula. My bad. Give the people what they want. I was just looking for some bulls, dog. That's all. Hey, thanks, Lodic. I appreciate that. I was just having fun. I mean, silence is deafening. I was just trying to let y'all know the Bulls are back in town, baby. Let's go. Oh, yeah. You must be shorting. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm not biased at all. It'd be foolish not to be bullish. I mean, not really. Who knows? You know what the chart does? It goes up, it goes down. Where the bulls at? Where the bulls at? I'll tell you where the bulls are. The bulls are buying. They're sitting at their computer. They're like, oh, yeah. So cheap. Buy the top. Bull. Bull, bull, bull. Somebody said buy the dip. I went and bought Grizzly Wintergreen Long Cut. Oh, yeah. Big old dip. Buying it all. Put it in my jaw. Gonna have a huge jaw. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember when I used to get Chinese takeout. Now I'm getting a Chinese fake out. Oh, yeah. Bitcoin's not stuck. It's China's confused. They're like, what do we do here? We're running out of cash. We better buy it back up. Oh, yeah. Or maybe we sell it. Or we buy, who knows where it goes. China trying to FAFO right now. Shit. 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 Hey, China, go home. You're drunk.
We're gonna hold it. Right.
My bad.